Mic check. Mic check. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome to another episode of RTP Talks. Can't say my own name. Wherever you are, however you may be listening, thanks for making us part of your day. Just realized I had crusties in my eyes. That's how excited I was to get up at 4:30 this morning and get to work. Had a weird night last night. I am not a person who ever remembers their dreams, but recently I've been taking magnesium, and I have been having some dreams. And I spent the night traveling around this great state with what's his name, with Pedro Pascal. We rescued a baby. He gave somebody $10,000. We did all sorts of things. We visited some elderly folks. I don't even know what happened. It was weird.
So you're not much better. So you're not much better than a lot of other women that want to have dreams with Pedro.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, Pedro stayed fully clothed. It would have been nice to explore.
Fortunately or unfortunately?
I think unfortunately, if it's like, it'd be nice in a dream just to experience Pedro Pascal. You know.
I mean, it sounds.
Yeah.
Why not?
Thank you. Oh, good. Good to see Shuckett Trebek here. Buddy, I live in Arizona. It is the season for golf right now. This is prime time golf season. It's like 80 degrees every day, 70 to 80, so we're good. Who's that? Not that Candace. I'm running for House District 64 in Indiana. Candace, send me your videos. That'd be great. I'm pregnant and my dreams get crazy while pregnant, super intense and real, like a movie playing every night in my head. Maybe I'm pregnant. Could be it.
I remember that when I was pregnant. Dreams were wild. That was something for sure.
T-Bunny said Admir lasted all of 4 minutes before he crashed out and ran. I forgot he was debating RC Dubs. Is that what happened? It lasted 4 minutes? That's a long time. Good for him. Must be practicing. He's been doing Kegels or something. I don't know.
I mean, that's... What was the topic? Do we know what they were doing about?
I don't know. I'm looking at the chat. What was the topic, chat? Should I drop people if they're talking about racism? I think maybe that was the topic. Or Admir. Is he here? I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
It was about character? Is that real? Like it really was about character? Economics and immigration. Oh. All right. James said, did you see Kansas and Arizona game? Rock chalk. I didn't. I don't ever watch. I don't watch hardly any sports anymore, if we're being honest. I just don't want a screen on. By the end of this show, I don't want a screen on, and I've realized that that's why I wake up early now, is to get the show ready. I just can't do it at night anymore. It's too many hours in front of a screen. I don't think that makes me a very productive father or human being. So no, I did not catch that. I'll probably tune in come tournament time. Austin said, tell me I'm crazy, but the cover-up becomes more clear when you alter your understanding of victim. The offenders were being redacted because they are trying to be sold off as victims, and real survivors traumatized again because power patriarchy only defends when itself is safe. I will call you crazy, but if you want me to, but that's entirely sensible. We'll have in a minute like the crash out from Alan Dershowitz, and now these perpetrators believing they are victims because their names are being exposed. So yeah, I think you're dead on. Jen, any thoughts on that?
To be honest, I wasn't 100% listening to what you were saying.
Tell me I'm crazy, but the cover-up becomes more clear when you alter your understanding of victim. The offenders were being redacted because they are trying to be sold off as victims, and real survivors are traumatized again because power patriarchy only defends when itself is safe.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Good deconstruction there, Austin. Well done. Well done.
Yeah. Dasha sent us last night. She caught the show later.
Oh, that's right.
She sent a Venmo. It's a great show on Monday. Caught after live. Thanks. So thanks, Dasha, for your donation.
Tom says Epstein donated millions to the Democratic Party. True, Tom. We don't give a fuck. Anybody who worked with Epstein, we don't care what party they're in. It seems to be you guys who are claiming that this is a party thing. You're so desperate not to have your Lord and Savior, Donald J. Trump, caught up in all of this stuff that you have turned this into a partisan thing. But nobody else has. Nobody's defending the Clintons. Nobody's defending. I mean, wrong guy to choose. You should be choosing Reid Hoffman, who's been one of the biggest donors to the Democratic Party for a decade now, and he's all over. Like, he's all over the Epstein files. He went to the island, so we don't care. Take them all down. And what you should realize, Tom, is that this isn't about like right or left. This is more about elites. This is about the wealthiest people and their proximity to power and their ability to use their money and power to get what they want. And the reason that they all now are like coalesced around Trump has very little to do with politics or policy. It has everything to do with protection. They want to be around Trump because he's the only one that has the power to protect them right now, as the public have trained their gaze on the Epstein files. So while you play third grade games and play team sports, the rest of us are just analyzing what this is. And when you strip away the partisanship of it, what you'll see is it's elites versus non-elites. And you're trying to distract everybody from what we're actually looking at here. Jen, is there anything else you wanted to add?
I mean, yeah, I saw Tom's. Yeah, this isn't a team sport. What's wrong is wrong. So it's disgusting that you're deflecting.
If he donated to... Said if he donated to the Republican Party, you'd talk about it 24/7. He was working with Steve Bannon, and we are going to talk about this. I could give a fuck about donations, Tom, but you are kind of being a bitch right now. You are trying to play like this is. You're not a child. You're a grown up. If you're here, you're supposed to be a grown up at least. Grow the fuck up, man. See this for what it is. Stop playing stupid political games. This is much bigger than that. But the Republicans are trying to play political games with it because you have sold your entire party, your ideology, and your souls to Donald Trump. You guys don't care about politics either. You just care whether or not Trump looks bad, and you don't want Trump to look bad. But there's a lot of people that did a lot of fucked up things that had nothing to do with Trump. Trump's just the one that can offer them protection right now. And whether you think Trump did something or not, we can debate that all we want. And there's accusations in there. But if you don't want to believe that, that's fine. What is not debatable is that this administration is actively covering this up, and that they're doing it at the request of Donald Trump. So Trump is providing cover for them. So whether or not you want to believe that he did anything and abused any people, if you can't admit that this is a cover up, then I just have concerns about your ability to see reality. Anything else, Jen?
Yeah, it is interesting that the party that claims, wants to protect women and children, when it has to do with, Trump, they don't give a shit anymore. It's not important.
Yeah.
But so, anyways,
Trump, women and children. Trump's first. If this was the Titanic, Trump's the first one on the boat. Then the women and the children. Yeah. Well, Trump and his rich friends. It's Trump, his rich friends, then women and children.
Yeah, it's wild. But so we're just getting going. Like, just want to remind everybody with the gift goal. TikTok, we'll see how long we're up for. So if you guys want to help us out knocking out the gift goal with the pay links, I'm trying to maybe not use the exact wording. It's how we keep the lights on and do this each day. So if you guys help us out by the end of the show, that would be fantastic. If you haven't subscribed to us, please do so. We had a members only event last night, and we watched 2 more episodes of Hitler and the Nazis, and that's always a good time. So if you guys would like to join us for the next one, make sure you're a paid member on any of the platforms, and you can join us for that. If you guys disagree with RTP, Tom, if you disagree, you can actually come up and talk to him. You don't have to chirp in the comments like a coward. You can actually send me a message on Discord. My Discord's the same as the V app up there. So Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1. And I can bring you up and have a conversation. But you won't. You're just going to stay in the comments. You didn't really hit a nerve. You're just a fragile dude.
I don't care about conversations today. I've worked hard on today, and I feel like any debate today is going to be derailed from the story. So I actually don't want that today. Yeah.
Never mind, Tom.
I should have told you that. Yeah.
That's my bad. So check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. I've got a little longer of a joke today.
All right, Tom. Fuck this. We're going to do this with Tom. Tom, you are muted for 5 minutes until you figure out how to come on here. I'll start the show with a discussion with you. If you don't get here in 5 minutes, you're banned from this live forever. I'm not playing this shit with you guys every single day. You can be here or you cannot. But if you're going to sit there and say, like, we won't discuss it and that you know your shit, you have 5 minutes to message Jen Dub1 on Discord. If she doesn't hear from you in 5 minutes, we'll just ban you forever for being a bitch. Those are our rules. Sorry, Jen.
No worries. Eshel was asking if you got his message. I don't know. If
I had messaged him back in the chat. It was in the request. I just saw it. I'll look at it and I'll make a determination if we want to add it to the show maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I did just see it.
Okay, so I've got a little longer of a joke. So, a bear walks into a bar in Billings, Montana, and sits down. He bangs on the bar with his paw and demands a beer. The bartender approaches and says, "We don't serve beer to bears in bars in Billings." The bear becomes angry, demands again that he be served a beer. But the bartender tells him again more forcefully, "We don't serve beer to belligerent bears in bars in Billings." The bear, very, very angry now, says, "If you don't serve me a beer, I'm going to eat that lady sitting at the end of the bar." The bartender says, "Sorry, we don't serve beer to belligerent bully bears in bars in Billings." The bear goes to the end of the bar and, as promised, eats the woman. He comes back to his seat and again demands a beer. The bartender states, "Sorry, we don't serve beer to belligerent bully bears in bars in Billings who are on drugs." The bear says, "I'm not on drugs." The bartender says, "You are now. That was a bar bitch you ate."
That was like a Norm Macdonald joke. It's so long for the punchline. I love that so much. Thank you. All right. I haven't seen this yet. Jen sent it to me. Jen wanted this to be added to the show. Oh, I guess maybe I did. Oh, I got to log in. What's going on here? I forgot I had to. Oh, Lord. I had to reset all of my logins this morning. Not reset, but I have to keep like refreshing the cookies and shit because the DOJ website breaks all the time. So I have to, every time I can't search anymore, I have to go do the cookies. Sorry, I'm scanning a code while we go, a QR code to log in. There we go. All right, we should try it again. Let's do this one more time. What is this? I don't need that.
Make sure the video.
Good thinking. This. It's just when a Mormon does the dishes.
Baby, these stains just won't come off this pot.
I'll just soak it. And did it work?
Well, slow down, frick, slow down. Hey, babe. Baby, these stains just won't come off this.
Jen, who sent that? That's unbelievable.
Jake.
Oh, that's right. It was Jay. That's right. Thank you. Okay.
Jake.
All right. Let's try and keep RTP on TikTok today. Yeah, bring it on, TikTok. We'll see how long we last. I want to show you this before we get into the Epstein files. I have a couple things to do, but I wanted to show this coming out of Tennessee because what has happened to like the right wing of this country is they've just become like the most bizarre Christian nationalists you could possibly imagine, and they propose literally the dumbest fucking bills. that benefit absolutely nobody, but it's constantly red meat to their donor base. This is Representative Gino Bolso from Brentwood, a Republican in Tennessee, in their state legislature. There's a House Bill 1491 that requires the Bible to be taught in K through 12.
Work in schools. Like, what are you trying to do to the curriculum?
This bill?
Yeah.
I mean, if enacted, it would put the Bible in curriculum K through 12 as history and literature.
Well, like, what does that mean? So, I mean, a required class for kids?
First of all, that's so crazy to put the Bible as part of history and literature. It is not history. It's not a historical book. It talks about worldwide floods. Can you guys not hear? It's just quiet. I know it's quiet. Sorry. And maybe we'll skip it if it's too quiet. I don't think I can make it any louder.
Well, when you say required,
Like, what are they teaching kindergarten?
well, I think the best way to answer it, Justin, is just to consider the way that it was done before 1962.
You keep saying that. I wasn't alive, so I don't know what that means. I have a kid now.
Well, there
He's
was
a
no
kindergartner.
difficulty in teaching the Bible.
Just can we focus on like today? Okay, my kid's a kindergartner.
Okay.
How does my kid's kindergarten teacher have to sit them down and
All right. If you guys can't hear it, that's fine. Basically, what it was is I'll just summarize. He wants the Bible to be taught in K through 12, and this person asking him is just like, well, what happens if somebody doesn't want to be taught this? And he's like, oh, well, we'll just do what we did in 1962. He's like, well, what do we do in 1962? He's like, it's not hard. We just do it the same way. And he's like, well, what did we do in 1962? And he's like, we just do it the same way. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds of them saying we do it. We just do it. We just do it how they used to do it. J-Sex is dumb as fuck, as always, like you're here every day. What's wrong with teaching the Bible as history? It's not history. Like, what's wrong with teaching Harry Potter as history? What's wrong with teaching Lord of the Rings as history? It's fiction. It's not real. There's no evidence to back it up. It's just a thing that you guys like. So this is just Republicans like, I like this thing. Remember, if you guys have watched Parks and Rec, one of the early episodes, they're having a discussion about like what to put in the time capsule, and they have all these discussions on like one guy just wants to put Twilight in the time capsule, and then they wind up having like 17 different time capsules. It's that. You guys want your fairy tale to be history. If you want to believe it, that's fine, but we aren't required to pretend that it's real. And our kids should not be indoctrinated in school to your fairy tale. For a bunch of people who talk about indoctrination, you sure put out a lot of bills about indoctrination. Nobody, you teach your kids your religion at home. It has no place in schools. Just ask yourself, would you have the same reaction to people saying, let's teach the Quran to K through 12? And you would say no. And I would say, why? And you'd be like, because actually the Bible's the word of God, not the Quran. And the people that read the Quran would say, actually, the Quran is the word of God, not the Bible. And then Jewish folks would come in and they'd be like, the Old Testament is the word of God, not that pesky New Testament, not the Quran. And we could never agree. That's what's great, was supposed to be great about America, is that shit's for home, and education is about stuff that is real. So just leave that shit at home. I'm just here for this energy from AOC. She was asked a very quick question the other day. She doesn't give a fuck. I don't know who this reporter is, but this is how all answers to like these propagandist reporters should be answered from now on.
I just have one question for you. Why are Democrats holding ACA tax credits hostage so they can force taxpayers to pay for abortions?
Did not. Thank you.
Congresswoman.
Question was, why are Democrats holding ACA tax credits hostage so they can force taxpayers to pay for abortions? She said, they're not. Thank you. Yeah. All right. I want to show continued crash out. The racism is just fucking out. It is out and about. And what's interesting about this current racism, which is I'm afraid of Spanish, is that it's not something that anybody should actually be upset about. And so you're seeing like the performative theatrics. Nobody's actually upset about what happened at the Super Bowl and that Bad Bunny didn't speak or didn't sing in English. No, it doesn't actually affect anybody. They just want something to be outraged about. And Megyn Kelly, with her finger on the pulse of the dipshits, is going full performative on Piers Morgan here.
I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who?
Shut the fuck up. It's a big fuck you to all of us. Watch something else, you psycho. It is not a fuck you to all of us. This is so performative.
Gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States. We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish.
Oh,
this is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for...
No, it's not. It's a performance at a football game. It's a fucking football game. And at halftime of the football game, they do a performance. And I hate to break it to you, MAGA, but like I've been alive for 40 years now, and I can't remember a single time that the Super Bowl halftime show didn't cause outrage. It is scheduled programming for your overlords. Every time the Super Bowl has a halftime show, the next day, the conservatives in this country complain, why wasn't it Lee Greenwood? I missed the good old days. Every time. You guys did this last year with Kendrick Lamar. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. You did it the year before with Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube and Eminem. We're promoting thuggery. Did you see Janet Jackson's nipple? Like, when have you guys not been outraged? Every fucking year. And you still fall for it every year. Every year, right-wing media tells you, you need to be upset. Oh, yeah, Beyonce, thank you. You got to be upset. And you're like, okay, we'll be upset. Everybody loved Dre. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You have selective memory. You like Dre. But Fox News was crushing that performance.
The Latinos, not for one small unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performing.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, we don't need those, but we have them because we can. So could you shut the fuck up and stop crying, MAGA? What is wrong with you folks? What is wrong with you? Yeah, but she tries to say Latino like she's Latina. Yeah, you're not mad about this. I think what it's just that you don't like what's happening in this country right now. You don't like that you have to defend Donald Trump, so you're just finding anything now to pretend is a big deal.
Performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
And you know what? Maybe if Fox News would ever hire anybody but conservative commentators, maybe if they had like any sort of diversity of culture, it wouldn't be such a problem. But like you guys are the like low sodium salt and low spice pepper. You're like white pepper and low sodium salt. Some of us want to see something else.
Okay, what is the national language officially? The national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official,
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment.
Yeah. No, you don't have to let conservatives finish their comments when they're lying. It's the thing that makes them the most angry, but you don't have to let them finish their comment. What's the official language? If they say anything but there isn't one, just stop them. There's no explanation needed.
Well, I would have pointed that out, but people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, right, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. It's
fucking gone, guys. Every bit of culture in Great Britain's fucking gone now. And you know why? Because you stopped them. You had a bad attitude about them lying about the national language. That's why. What the fuck has happened to you people? What in the world has happened to all of you? Get it together.
Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether
she ain't lying. she ain't lying. I turned on the news and I saw there was Muslims in England. You don't know, bitch. You've never left Arkansas. Shut the fuck up. We have people here in this chat that live in England. Like, it's not happening. It's happening in the same way that you guys say it's happening here. There's some non-whites here and they're speaking languages I don't understand. We've lost our culture. Our culture was shit. We don't have a good culture. We don't have any coherent culture because we are a nation of immigrants where everybody brought their own cultures and it was a melting pot. We don't have that. We now just have like suburban moms screaming about it.
It's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his
I'm Cajun from Louisiana. Get that right. Yeah, it was a little more Cajun, wasn't it?
performances, or anybody else. We have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential
Thanks, everybody, from the Facts Raid. Welcome.
American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American.
And I don't wonder why first of all, half the country does align with me and the Democrats on this. Only psychos don't like this. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Miles? I need them to speak English. You want me to be mad that a fucking concert at a football game didn't sing in English? You want me to be mad about that? If you can't be outraged about that, you're not American. Why are you guys always crying about dumb shit?
Apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken.
Maybe fried chicken. Easy on the seasoning, but we got to get that fucking meatloaf. What's the origins of meatloaf, by the way? I guarantee it's not here. It's got to be like Ireland or something. Let's see. Can you imagine going to a Super Bowl party and someone brings out meatloaf? I'm gonna leave. Meatloaf originates from ancient European roots with precursors dating to the 5th century in the Roman cookbook Apicius. Then it was a German Nordic. Oh no, she chose that's weird. She wouldn't choose a meal that's from like Romans and Germans, would they? You wouldn't choose that. I did not see that coming. I don't know. To me, she seems like she might be on the right track.
And an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Psycho. What a fucking psycho. Get it together. All right. Speaking of psychos, this is our president. As everyone knows, the country of Canada has treated the United States very unfairly for decades. Yeah, I've been saying it. We've all been saying it. These fucking Canadians, man, they have been the real problem. Now things are turning around for the USA, and fast! But imagine, Canada is building a massive bridge between Ontario and Michigan. They own both the Canada and the United States side, and of course, built it with virtually no U.S. content. I don't know what that means. President Barack Hussein Obama stupidly gave them a waiver so they could get around the Buy American Act and not use any American products, including our steel. Now the Canadian government expects me, as President of the United States, to permit them to just take advantage of America. What does the United States of America get? Absolutely nothing. Ontario won't. I just realized that my neighbors do have a baby and might be sleeping, so I'm going to yell a little less loud. Sorry. Ontario won't even put U.S. spirits, beverages, and other alcoholic products on their shelves. They are absolutely prohibited from doing so. And now, on top of everything else, Prime Minister Carney wants to make a deal with China. He wants to make a deal with China. China's the bad guy. I'm supposed to be the good guy, and Canada won't be my friend anymore. They chose a new friend. All because I slapped tariffs on them that didn't make any sense. This is not fair, which will eat Canada alive. We'll get just the leftovers. I don't think so. First thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey being played in Canada. This is our president. It's a real human being that you guys voted to be president. If you do trade deals with China, they're going to take away ice hockey. Oh, okay, sure they will. What the fuck is wrong? He is spiraling. He's lost it. These Epstein files are going to decimate him. He's done. He's fucking cooked. Your whole movement is fucking cooked. And you're watching a senile old pedophile protector breaking down in real time. China's going to take your ice hockey and permanently eliminate the Stanley Cup. Bitch, that's in America. The Stanley Cup is NHL. That's an American sport. How are they going to do that? That's our president. What is MAGA? You guys go quiet. Cat got your tongue, folks? They're morphing into blatant terrorist. Dude, get it the fuck together. Get it the fuck together. Canada, the Canadians are the nicest human beings on earth. That is the criticism of Canada. You guys are too nice. And now, because they don't like your Lord and Savior, they're turning into terrorists. No, your guy's just dumb. And he tried to force terrible trade deals on China and on Canada, and the Canadian people are like, we need a more stable trading partner. I know China's got a lot of problems, but at least they're stable. So we're going to work with China now. The tariffs Canada charges us for our dairy products have for many years been unacceptable, putting our farmers at great financial risk. Just a flat out fucking lie right there. I think one time or maybe two times over the last 20 years, those tariffs have actually kicked in. They never import enough stuff for those tariffs to kick in. I will not allow this bridge to open until the United States is fully compensated for everything we have given them. Just another shakedown. Just another shakedown of other countries. This is what happens. Trump's always been able to do this in America, but like he doesn't have that much leverage with these countries, especially when China exists. We've lost all of our leverage. So like if he says like, I'm not going to let this bridge exist, Canada will go, okay. Whatever he can shut down, this isn't a big deal if Canada loses this. It's fine. They'll be fine. He has no leverage in this discussion. What's Canada going to do? Never mind China. We'll go back to these awful trade deals because of a bridge. No, they'll be fine. President Barack Hussein Obama, and bring it in, gave them a waiver so they could get around the Buy American Act and not use any American products, including our steel. Now the Canadian government expects me, as President of the United States, to permit them to... Why is permit capitalized? What the fuck is that? Why is that even capitalized? Why is that in all caps? Them to just take advantage of America. What does the United States of America get? Absolutely nothing. No, you get a bridge. That's useful. A bridge is useful. The cool thing about bridges is they go both ways. So if you're in America and you want to take that bridge to Canada, you can use it. And if you're in Canada and you're American and you want to come back, you can use that bridge too. What do you mean nothing? We get the exact same thing that they get, a fucking bridge. What is wrong with, honestly, what is this? What do you got? I'm going to stop. I'm going to read the chat for a second. MAGA, tell me what this is. It's out of context. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Never mind. What are we upset about? Can you guys explain it? What time do you put this out? I don't know. Yeah, we get a bridge Canada paid for. True. Canada wants to keep all the tolls. Who cares? I don't even know if that's true, but who cares? This is something that the president needs to address? Mute JSEX for 5 minutes for not staying on topic. JSEX, I'm going to be a dickhead to you today. You got to stay on topic. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny in that he's a crazy person. You guys all know. You know. I appreciate you hanging on for dear life for Trump. By the way, Chris said those in the files are the swamp. Trump is not draining the swamp. He's protecting it. Wake up, MAGA. Trump defense syndrome. I like that's the new TDS. I like that. I can't say bad things about him. He's too wonderful. When he's crazy, I say, that's silly. Anyways, that's what Trump's doing. I don't even want to read the rest. He's trying his best to distract from the Epstein files, and there's really nothing there. It is going to be called the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is cool. Now we have Peter Navarro. I will continue to say this. One of the dumbest people in this administration, but all this Epstein shit is not going well. We have MAGA turning on Epstein, and we'll get to that, or on Trump. We'll get to that here in a minute. It's obvious that they're covering up for it. And now, on the eve of jobs numbers that are coming out tomorrow, you guys just tell me how you think these jobs numbers are going to look tomorrow.
One thing I want to note, the jobs report's going to come out tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have to revise our expectations down significantly for what a monthly job number should look like. When we were letting in 2 million illegal aliens, they're coming in. We had to produce.
Guys, lower your expectations. All these jobs, which we've looked at before, it was just all illegal immigrants. Lower your expectations. How bad are these jobs numbers going to be? Every time they've had jobs numbers, they come out the day before and they're like, yeah, it's going to be good. They're telling you, lower your expectations. Please lower your expectations. These are going to be bad.
200,000 jobs a month for steady state. And by the way, all of the jobs that we were creating in Biden years were going to illegals. Americans were going to the unemployment lines. That's totally reversed. And now.
Okay, but here's the problem. If that were true, which there's no data to say that's true, if that were true, shouldn't these Americans have filled those jobs now? Shouldn't they? We create new jobs. We're bleeding jobs. Raise your hand if you or somebody you know, and watch this, MAGA. Raise your hand if you or somebody you know personally in the last month has lost their job. Raise your hand. Watch this chat. Now, raise your hand in the chat if you or someone you know is unemployed, is looking for a job, and can't find one. This is how you measure a president's economy. It is 100% true that the president doesn't create jobs necessarily. The president can affect conditions that lead to job creation. And every move by this administration has been gifts to the billionaire class who are not creating more jobs. In fact, most of the investment is going into AI to displace workers. And when we had the Industrial Revolution in this country, when we moved to manufacturing, a lot of people were worried about local jobs. A lot of people were worried about, blacksmiths. As we had cars, people were worried, like, what are the people that sell horses going to do? And if you are good at your job, and if you're good at managing an economy, you don't make sudden pivots. Because sudden pivots lead to job loss, and it leads to a bunch of people being unqualified. So when we saw over the last 20 years, as the United States has been pivoting towards this change, we've seen things like Joe Biden did in the Chips and Science Act. We've seen this transition. We've seen like investments into the medical industry, which we could do. We're basically a service economy at this point. We don't create a lot. And what we're doing with AI as we become a service industry, now we're using AI to take those service industry jobs and displace them. We also want to have AI take over manufacturing jobs. We are going to bleed jobs. This is not good. This is not a good idea. Giving billionaires all the breaks in the world and taking all foreign investment and shoving it towards AI is a very, very, very bad bet. Let me give you an example. I was listening to, I don't remember. I think it might have been I think it might have been Breaking Points. I don't remember because I wasn't watching. I was just listening to it. But they were talking about a lot of these companies, big tech companies, who have now taken their staff of lawyers, and they've reduced their staff of lawyers because of their access to AI. So a lot of the stuff that lawyers historically have done can now, those jobs can be eliminated by AI. But all the people that did that work, all the people who wrote the law, all the people who created the processes, they're not being paid for their work. They don't get anything for that. We've just established all these systems that everybody worked hard on, and who benefits from that labor? Only the owners of the company. And so we're bleeding jobs, and all that labor that Americans have done for centuries, all the knowledge that we've accumulated of not only how to build things, how to learn things, how to teach things, processes, structures. Now that's all being taken over by AI, and there is absolutely no benefit to the people who created those processes. It is theft. We have decided to invest and bet on the future of our country being theft of intellectual property, and the profits go to a handful of people. That's the bet that we're making right now. That's why these jobs are bleeding.
50,000 a month is going to be more like what we need. So Wall Street, when this stuff comes out, they can't rain on that parade. They have to adjust for the fact that we're deporting millions of illegals.
That's a good.
Oh, and then he says Wall Street can't adjust. What does that mean? Let's go back. What does he mean by that?
On that parade, they have to adjust for the fact that we're deporting millions of illegals.
That's a good.
They're expecting panic. They're expecting the markets to crash. And they're instructing people who invest not to panic, to just trust them, that this truly is just because we've deported so many illegal immigrants. Let's see, what are we at? Since, how many, does anybody know off the top of their head how many undocumented or illegal immigrants the Trump administration has deported since they've been in office? Not even a million. Let's see. By the way, B87 said, no surprise here. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling the NFL to be investigated for halftime show, calling it illegal and disgusting. Illusion said, you seem more heated and unhinged than normal today. Yeah, dude, you might be right about that. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, showered. By 5:15, I was reading Epstein files. And from 5:15 until 9:35, when we started the show, I stopped to make a smoothie, and I've been reading Epstein files. And it is frustrating to read those files and realize just how much this administration is covering for the sickest people among us. All right. 605,000. So we're bleeding jobs because they want us to believe that over the course of a year and 13 months, they've deported 605,000 people. And that's why our jobs numbers tomorrow are going to be bad. MAGA, look, I know we don't agree. I know we don't like each other. I know that we probably won't like each other. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to stop being fucking dumb. You're doing it on purpose. You are choosing to be dumb. Don't let them lie to you like this. You don't have to agree with my politics. You don't have to agree with my prescriptions. Just don't let them lie to you. You want to heal this divide in the country? It doesn't mean that we all have to agree. It doesn't mean that we should stop debating. It doesn't mean that we should stop having heated debates. It means that we have to get back to a level where we can agree on what is true and what is not true. And everything he just said is verifiably untrue. Stop letting them lie to you. It's only hurting you. And it hurts all of us too, which pisses us off, but it's not benefiting you.
Out of our job market.
But it sounds like you're expecting a weak number tomorrow.
No, not expecting a weak number. I'm just saying that going forward.
Just temper your expectations and warning the stock market. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
When we see a number under 100,000, we don't wring our hands. We say, yeah, that's going to be steady state.
Peter, great to see you.
It's all good, Maria. Always great to be.
Patrick, you're bad at listening. I said that the president doesn't create jobs. What the president can do is affect the material conditions in which job growth can or cannot occur. But I do agree, like Trump can't like himself just create jobs. However, if you go and you look at the economic data and you look at these companies who are laying people off, and you can see there are direct effects in many sectors because of tariffs. I think I told this story the other day, but I have two really close friends who, one of them is like has been deep MAGA. I saw him 3 weeks ago out golfing, and he used to have MAGA head covers, MAGA stickers. They're all gone. They're all off of his shit. I don't think he's changed his political views. Like I don't think he's changed like his stance on being a Republican, but he's done with MAGA. And he works in the golf industry, and they don't make golf clubs, but they make golf accessories. And I asked him, I was like, "How are things going?" And he's like, "It's tough right now. It's really tough right now." He said, like, we knew the tariffs were coming, but like, because we had an advance warning on the tariffs, we were able to import a lot of stuff before the tariffs came. He's like, but then what happened is China started delaying those shipments, and so they were impacted by the tariffs. And so then we got to the point where we had already paid for goods. Those goods then were in transit, and we had to pay the tariff to the U.S. government, or we couldn't pick up our goods. So we paid China, but then we had to pay for those goods. And he's like, a lot of these things we don't have a big margin. You know, some of the stuff will have like a 40 or 50 or even 60% margin, but some more expensive stuff we've got like a 10% margin. So you'd slap a 30% tariff on that, and there goes our margins. Our margins are toast. He's like, so we just had to take a hit on that, but we thought like this is short term, that China would give in, that they would cave, and then they didn't. And so they've had to reduce staff, and they've had to reduce their products. They can only now take really high margin stuff, and because they can't find a distributor for other goods. And so they're losing money and they're losing employees, and it's a tough time for them. I talked to another friend who works in retail. He represents a bunch of different brands, and the bulk of his business, he's a traveling salesperson, but the bulk of his business comes in Las Vegas. And he sells to like Caesar's gift shop and all these big gift shops that you go into in Las Vegas. So it's like, it's not only just like, he doesn't do like the trinkets, but it'll be like the high end stuff. So if you're seeing like Herschel backpacks, for example, or I'm trying to remember what sunglasses they were. I think it might be Oakley. I think it's Spy sunglasses. What are some of the other company? I know the Stance, like the socks company. Some different underwear brands, and that's where like those are most of his large accounts. And because of tariffs, they basically all these shops just shut it down. They're like, we're not going to sell this stuff anymore because we can't. Like it's already marked up in these places in Vegas, but now you can't mark it up more. Nobody's going to pay for a $200 pair of sunglasses that are already marked up to $220. Nobody's going to pay $300 for those. And so he's lost like half of his accounts because of that. And his company has lost half of their sales reps, and they've lost half of their revenue. There are real effects all across the economy for tariffs. And so if you are a company who is paying an additional 30% in tariffs, that wipes out your margins. And so you can't hire, and you have to sometimes downgrade. You have to do more with less. So yes, the president isn't responsible for all job losses, but it's easy to tell when a president's policies do affect job markets. And that's another place that like we've got to figure out how to come together as Americans, where we stop doing like the blanket stuff where it's like, here were the job numbers under Biden, here were the job numbers under Trump. You have to say like, what policies did they put in place that could have affected job losses? And then you can make that debate. And then that's how you figure out where you stand economically, not on the party line, like I'm just going to defend my party. But then you figure out like what type of policies really affect job creation.
Thank you so much for being here, Peter, and for your analysis always. Peter Navarro in Washington. We'll be right back.
There we go. What did you say? Was that my business relies on parts not made here? Residents are upset about the extra charge. I'm not taking it on. It's theirs. Yeah, I don't know. He's talking about gift shops and dem are dumb. Sorry, bud. I'll try and use smaller words so you can figure out what the fuck we're talking about. Sorry for talking about economics. I know that's above your head. Check comments real quick. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. You know the ways. We'll try not to say them. It looks like we're still live on TikTok, but if you could help us knock out that gift goal every single day, that's how we keep the lights on. TikTok shop is real nice. Go buy yourself something in the TikTok shop today. I do get something. I do get a shipment from TikTok shop once a month. It's like those goalie chewies or whatever you call them. I like those. I get the apple cider vinegar, the ashwagandha, and the pre and probiotics. Good stuff. They taste delightful. All right, moving on. Actually, this is related. This is gross what they're doing. This is a Representative Teresa Fernandez. She is a member of the Rules Committee. And here's now what Republicans are doing, because they're also preparing for bad jobs numbers. And in order to prepare for these bad jobs numbers, they're sneaking in rules to make it so that Congress, who is supposed to control the purse, cannot control the purse. They want Trump to keep controlling the purse. They want to give him even more time for his shitty policies to work.
This is the 5th time that these 9 Republicans are going to vote in favor of the tariffs, because that's what this is. 5th time they're going to prevent the House from taking up the legislation to vote it up or down on the floor. The same way they kept blocking release of the Epstein files. They are now blocking relief to America's families and to America's small businesses. We often talk about the thousands and thousands of dollars that our families have to pay because of these tariffs. But what they're doing to our small businesses, 76% of small
You guys really can't hear this?
businesses responded to a poll about how is it impacting them. 50 employees and less said, we don't know if we'll be able to continue this. Right? They talked about having to lay off workers, 120,000 workers laid off from small businesses in November 2025 alone related to the tariffs. This administration, the Republicans who enable it on this floor and in this room, are causing the biggest job losses that we have seen in years and sometimes in decades.
All right.
They keep doing it.
So what they're doing is they snuck in a rule that said you can't vote to undo the tariffs for 5 more months. And because Republicans have a majority, they did it. And this might explain it better. Sorry, some of these videos are bad. I don't know what's up with the audio today, but here's Mike Johnson explaining it in more detail. Hopefully this will be a little better.
Speaker Johnson, curious about the rule today. There is a part of it that would block anti-tariff votes in the future. What's the reasoning behind that? And do you think that House Republicans will be behind that today?
I think they will. We talked about it, frankly, in our conference this morning, and the rationale for this, for just extending this for a little bit longer to July, is to allow the Supreme Court to rule on the pending case.
Think about what he's saying right there. Is one, yeah, we did put a rule in place that makes it so that Congress can't do that. We're hamstrung. That their hands are tied. They can't do anything. But think about what else he's saying. Congress, he's the Speaker of the House. They control the purse. They are the ones that are supposed to make this determination. It's not supposed to be unilaterally the president. So what are they saying? We're going to change the rules. We're going to force a situation where nobody can undo these tariffs so that the Supreme Court can rule on this. The reason that people want to vote on these tariffs has nothing to do with its legitimacy, although I do think that the Supreme Court is going to strike this down. I think they're going to rule specifically these IEEPA tariffs are unconstitutional and they will be required to be repaid. And there's some people in this administration that are going to make a fortune when that happens. And so I think they're protecting them. But that's what they're saying. They're saying, hey, we need to take away Congress's ability to help the American people. And instead, we're going to just defer to the executive branch and their lawsuit or their Supreme Court ruling. Again, I think the Supreme Court is going to rule against them based on everything that I've heard. You never know, but that's what they're saying. Fuck democracy. Donald Trump is king. He doesn't want us to stop doing the tariffs, so we're going to run cover for him.
Everybody's watching and waiting for. That process has been playing out. I think it's logical to allow that to continue. The president's trade policies have been a great benefit to the country. It's undisputed.
That's crazy. They have not been a great benefit to this country, and it is very fucking disputed. In fact, I don't know of a single economist who has said that it has been beneficial to this country. And now we're at the stage of we're at the North Korea stage that we've been at for a while, especially with Mike Johnson, where now he just goes out and he says things and he says that's undisputed, you can't argue that, and it's the exact opposite of the truth. These have been extremely detrimental to American business. They've been detrimental to our to American businesses' connections overseas. They've been extremely detrimental to our trade policies. The only people that have benefited from this are the wealthiest among us, while small businesses die and they're able to gobble up those customers and consolidate even more of the wealth.
On it, went through some of the statistics and how that's helped the economy. And I think the sentiment is that we allow a little bit more runway for this to be worked out between the executive branch and the judicial branch, and we'll see. So I expect the rule will pass. I think we can move forward.
All right. Go on with a couple other things Mike Johnson said that I found to be a bit troubling today. Just more blatant lies. And if you're a dipshit, this makes sense to you, but let's fact check this real quick.
Because it's just common sense. Americans need an ID to drive, to open a bank account, to buy cold medicine, to file.
All right, so they're talking about the SAVE Act. Sorry, I should have prefaced that. And here's what he says. This is the argument that you're seeing from all Republicans, but this is a lie.
The issue has so much support because it's just common sense. Americans need an ID to drive, to open
True, you need an ID to drive.
a bank account.
No, you don't need an ID, a photo ID, to open a bank account. If you don't have a photo ID and you would like to open a bank account, the bank can choose whether or not to force you to have a photo ID, but almost every single bank will allow you to set up a bank account without a photo ID. You just need you would need a birth certificate. You're probably going to need a secondary piece of identification, social security card, perhaps a piece of a utility bill that's in your name, your social security number so they can check your credit. You can get a bank account without a photo ID. That's just not true.
Buy cold medicine.
Also not true all the time with cold medicine. Some, but not all. But again, that's the same as having a beer. Buying cold medicine, having a beer, those are not constitutional rights. Driving a car is not a constitutional right. Opening a bank account is not a constitutional right. None of these things are constitutional rights guaranteed to you. But some of them don't even require a photo ID. This is called a poll tax. There should be no barriers between you and voting outside of what the law says your eligibility is. So if you want everybody to have a photo ID, you can't charge them for it. And you have to make it very easy for people to get a photo ID. The easiest way to do all of this would to just have voting be done on your phone. You can scan your face. That would be the easiest way to do that. But again, the SAVE Act is not actually about photo ID, but even the photo ID part that they're talking about, they're lying about.
To file government assistance.
You do not need a photo ID to file for government assistance. Check that too. You guys can fact check this yourselves. Just Google it. Ask if you need a photo ID for these things.
As is noted by the leader, you even need an ID to attend events of most Democrat politicians and even the Democrat National Convention.
That is true, but that has to do with the policies of the event centers that host these. These are not policies of the DNC. Event centers, which are privately owned, can determine what rules they want to allow admittance.
So, why would voting be any different than that?
Because it's a constitutional right, you fucking lying loser. And then here's this fair question, no answer here. If in any situation, if somebody was asking the Speaker of the House, are you concerned that the president refuses to comply with court orders, Supreme Court orders, regular court orders? Every president before Trump, the Speaker of the House would be like, absolutely. It's very important that we are a nation of laws, that we have a constitution. If the court orders you to do something, you must comply. But not this administration. Now we're not worried about that anymore. Let me check messages. Sorry, I was probably a little behind with Jen's. Haley said, imagine being the sleep-deprived parent of a newborn and hearing this from your neighbor, RTP through your wall. Yeah, it's my bad. Time to ban Tom? Yeah, what happened? What happened to Tom, Jen? You decide not to come up?
I know it's going to surprise you, but yeah, he didn't show up.
Yeah, get rid of him. You don't get to act tough and call people out and then no show. You don't get to do that. So, all right, Tom. But get fucked. All right. Here's Mike Johnson responding to Trump defying court orders.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Johnson, there's reporting this morning that federal judges are increasingly frustrated with DHS for defying court orders in cases involving ICE detainees. Should the administration be able to miss deadlines or slow walk proceedings in cases it disagrees with? And should Congress act to shield the constitutional authority of the judiciary?
Look, I'm not going to comment on the report I haven't seen. I would doubt the veracity of that. It's the first I've heard of it.
That's crazy that that's the first you've heard of it, because there's like 100 court orders that they have openly defied. And many judges, at least 6 that I know of, have written in their decisions, you are consistently out of compliance with court orders.
If this was a big problem, you probably would have heard that a lot more.
We hear it all the fucking time, but Republicans don't hear it because you guys don't get to hear real news. You don't get to hear what these courts say. In fact, when this is covered, when it occasionally is covered by Republicans, what they do is they just say the judge is a radical leftist extremist. Whatever you think, Republicans, about these judges, there is no question now for anybody that who you are a group of people who do not give a fuck about the law. You pick and choose when the law matters. And if the judge disagrees with you or the president, you don't think that you have to follow those orders anymore. And it has literally been as simple as people telling you that these judges are radical. And then you're like, that's fine. Yeah, we don't have to keep the law anymore. And this is why, we'll bring it back today. We're about to rage bait, I think, a little bit here. But this is why we call you Nazis. It's exactly what the Nazis did. It's how they consolidated power. They stopped listening to judges. They stopped listening to Congress. They just said, we're going to do what the fuck we want. Try and stop us. And that's what you guys are doing now. It's why you get called fascists. It's why you get called Nazis. You want to shed those labels. Stop acting like Nazis and fascists. You don't get to do that. You don't get to ignore judicial orders in this fucking country. That's what our Constitution says. How is it that all of you have forgotten that? How is it that all of you have just moved on from the Constitution because of Donald Trump? That was the catalyst for you, Donald fucking Trump? The scumbag, scammy reality TV show guy? He convinced you that the courts were fine until he came around, and now they're unfair, and so now you just don't believe in our judicial system? Jesus Christ, what the like? How easy was that for them to get you to just abandon the Constitution immediately? All they had to do is convince you that you're a victim just like him. Phoenix Rise said, Mike Johnson response to hearing about his death from the Grim Reaper. I've never heard about it. I doubt that's a real report. I doubt the veracity of the report that I'm dead.
DHS is being asked to do a very difficult job. Remember, with the wide open border under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, mostly difficult because it's fucking illegal, though. That's what makes it so difficult, is that you have to navigate the Constitution and the courts and the people who are upset that you are willfully in defiance of the Constitution. Yeah, that is a difficult job, but perhaps don't make it so difficult by forcing them to do illegal things.
For 4 years, by some estimates, 20 million illegal aliens came into the country.
No real estimate says 20 million illegal aliens came into the country. That's why he said by some estimates. That some estimate is literally Donald Trump making up that number. Google it. If you're a Republican right now and you think I'm lying, Google the source of this. Say, is there any evidence? In fact, we'll just do it with you real quick. That goes. No, there is no credible evidence that the Biden administration let in 20 million undocumented immigrants. This figure stems from inflated claims conflating border encounters, releases, gotaways, and visa overstays with net population growth. Pew Research estimates the total U.S. unauthorized immigrant population reached a record of 14 million in 2023. That's total people here, not during the Biden administration. That's total people here. it was at 11 million pre-Biden. So that means at most 3 million. And they say 20 million. Where are the origins? Conservative sources like Heritage Foundation tallied 6.7 million inadmissible aliens through 2023 by adding CBP encounters, lots of those are repeats, gotaways, and programs like CHNV parole. But this overcounts entries and ignores exits. House Republicans cited over 10 million encounters, releases since 2021, yet fact checks note encounters do not equal unique individuals let in, as many were expelled under Title 42. DHS shows 10.8 million southwest border encounters, but 4 million expulsions and returns. So even then, like, what's 10.8 minus 4 million? It's a 6.8 million. Nowhere close. These numbers are made up. Mike Johnson is only saying 20 million because he is a cuck, just like you, to Donald Trump. He's required to lie for Donald Trump.
We have to remove, beginning with the dangerous criminal aliens. You saw photos and examples here just in our press conference this morning. They're in every state, and they have a very urgent and important job to remove the illegals from the country.
And they're mostly not doing that. They're doing a really bad job going after violent criminals. Most of these people who are violent criminals who have been deported were actually already caught by police and were in jail, and then they turned them over to ICE or Border Patrol. But mostly what DHS is doing is going around and just harassing working class people that aren't committing any crimes. Tony Tigris, I'm going to be an asshole to you today. Tell me what I'm lying about, or you get muted for the rest of the live. We're going to stop for Tony Tigris. We'll have an ad break here. Tired of you doing this every day. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. We'll fix it. If your dick gets hard, maybe you won't be so goddamn angry. Court filings and rulings reversed, illegal court orders. Enjoy your mute today. Thank you. Somebody give Tony Tigris the 24-hour mute. Thank you.
And there are going to be hiccups in that system. But when there are modifications that need to be made, they are being made. I mean, I would give you example A in Minnesota. Tom Homan came in and took charge of that. They've made it more efficient and balanced and effective.
Good question, Dr. Blue, and I'm glad you asked this question. You said, honest question, even if 20 million did not come in, why is deporting illegal immigrants a problem now when every president has used ICE since it was created? Dr. Blue, I'm going to tell you something that nobody on the right has ever told you. Not one of us. Not fucking one of us has raised a fuss about deporting illegal immigrants. Not one. Our opposition to this is the cruelty and the overstepping of constitutional rights, the overstepping of due process. Our problem is with how they're doing it. And Republicans keep telling you that this is like, we only care because it's Trump. It's not fucking true. I would give you this challenge, Dr. Blue, to go search the internet and find me one left-leaning content creator or somebody on CNN, MSNBC, any legislator on the left who says that they oppose deporting people who are undocumented. You won't find any. It's a made-up lie so that they don't have to address what we're actually upset about. We're upset about the cruelty. We're upset about the concentration camps. We're upset about deporting. I'm initially very upset about taking people with no criminal history and throwing them in a torture concentration camp in El Salvador. Most of the people that we put in that torture concentration camp aren't from El Salvador, but we kidnapped people and threw them in a concentration camp in another country, despite their only crime, most of them being either, one, they were here and they were undocumented, or two, in the case of Kilmar or Abrego Garcia, they were actually still here legally. They were still finishing out their due process. And so in some cases, completely eliminating due process. But our objection to all of this has always been the process. I don't want to deport a bunch of people who are here that are undocumented. But that's my personal opinion. I understand what the law is. I understand the law says we have every right to deport people And so go for it. But I will also just mention that if you look at the deportations from the Biden administration, the Trump administration, and the Obama administration, it goes back through till 2007. What you have never seen from any of those administrations is masked men in the streets, warrantless searches in houses, the assault and battery of U.S. citizens, the detainment of U.S. citizens. This isn't about Trump. I know that your media tells you this is about Trump. It is not about him. It is about the inhumanity. And that's also the reason the rest of the world hates it. I promise you, the rest of the world doesn't hate Trump so much that they would be openly talking about this policy. It is about the cruelty. That is what we object to. So take that challenge, was it Dr. Blue? Take it for what it's worth. Go find me somebody who says that. I don't know of anybody who says that their opposition to this is the deportation of people who are here illegally. Nobody. It's just what they tell you. They never tell you what our real argument is.
Calm the situation using the president's own terms.
See it even makes some of your watch your Republican friends in the chat. This guy's lying. I'm out. Do they have an example? Give me an example. Right winger. Tell me one person who has made that argument that their opposition to this is that people who are here and are undocumented are being deported. Give me one Democrat legislator.
And they're working well, much better now with local and state officials because Tom Homan went in and worked that out so that they would do it. The big problem we have right now, it's not with DHS. The problem we have is in the blue states and blue cities. There are 18 sanctuary cities in this country. You know what a sanctuary jurisdiction does?
Yes.
It prohibits the participation of local and state officials, law enforcement,
Correct.
and federal enforcement.
Correct. Yeah, states' rights. That's how it's supposed to be. Every city, every state should be a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state according to our Constitution. There is a separation of powers there. There is a separation of responsibility. State police have no jurisdiction or authority over immigration. That is a federal program. They tell you what, I think Mike Johnson probably just told you guys something that you don't know. But a sanctuary city doesn't mean that if you are there and you are undocumented, that they will give you money and they'll give you all these benefits. What a sanctuary city is it says, we will not use our resources that we allocate and our taxpayers pay for law enforcement. We will not deviate from our role to help you do your role. We have a budget. We have a goal, a stated goal of what these people are supposed to do. They have a responsibility. We will not allocate those resources to the federal government to help you accomplish your goal. If you need more money for ICE, get more money. If you need more people, get more people. It is not the state's responsibility to pay for that type of enforcement. Every state, if your state is not a sanctuary state, if you don't have sanctuary cities, then just know that your taxpayer money, your local taxpayer money, is not being used for what it was intended for. This is constitutional. Somebody said earlier, like how the Democrats are like the constitutional party. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. Mike Johnson, and for anybody disagreeing with me, I hope you also disagree with Mike Johnson, because he just said the same shit I said.
That is going to create an inherently dangerous and crazy situation, and that's what it does. And so you see all the skirmishes and all the violence and all the things that are happening with violent protesters. And
if that's true, if having sanctuary cities creates all this violence, then how come we haven't had all this violence until now? We've had sanctuary cities for decades. How come none of this happened until Trump put masked men in the streets? It's not because of the sanctuary cities. It's the masked men. It's the fucking Gestapo. It's the lack of accountability. It's the lack of transparency. It's the brute force in the way that they handle human beings.
assaults on ICE officers. Do you know that death threats for ICE officers have increased 8,000%?
Yep.
It's because they're putting fuel on a fire and they're making it worse. So the problem...
Fair. Don't light a fucking fire. Don't light the fucking fire. People get pissed. Yeah, You lit a fucking fire. Then you're like, oh, it's actually their fault. Don't light a fucking fire, dude. Yes, there are people who threaten ICE agents. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't dox them. You shouldn't threaten their lives. You shouldn't do any of that shit. But where is the accountability? How is it that this side of the aisle, all you guys are like, oh, we're all about meritocracy. Do you own anything? Do you recognize in any part that you've played in this shit? You don't recognize like the rhetoric about these communities? Oh, they're going to eat your pets. Oh, they're poisoning your blood. Oh, they're all illiterate. They all can't read. Oh, they're all doing mass fraud. What's our solution for that? I know. Let's bring masked men in and kidnap people who just look like them. Doesn't matter if they committed a crime or not. You lit the fucking fire and then you're mad that you pissed people off. Yeah, dude. If you light a fire in my living room, I'm going to be pissed. I'm probably not going to dump fuel on it, but maybe some people would. Own your side of it, Republicans. We're owning it. I'm owning it. Yes. People on the left, myself included, I've said probably some hyperbolic things that didn't help. I'll own that. Can you guys own anything ever? Or have you all adopted Trump's mantra of never admit that you've done anything wrong ever in your entire fucking life?
It's not DHS. The problem is local and state officials who are not.
What do you mean, where is the accountability for those who obstruct? They get arrested. Renee Good's fucking dead. Alex Peretti is fucking dead. Murdered in cold blood. What do you mean? Where's the accountability for them? They get arrested. Where's the accountability for ICE? Where's your accountability? ICE is committing crimes, violent crimes at a higher rate than immigrants are. Don't talk about accountability without saying we're going to hold our side accountable too. You murdered people, ICE. I shouldn't say you guys. ICE murdered people. No accountability, and you guys haven't called for that accountability. You have no right to ever fucking talk about accountability until you demand that we have body cameras, that we have identification, and that every single time one of these things happens, that person is put on administrative leave and it's investigated. But what did they do instead? The guy that killed Alex Peretti, I might be mixing this up with Renee Good, was back to work the next day. They just moved him to a different place. This is like the Catholic priests when they were abusing children. They got caught and they're like, you're going to Seattle now. You're going to Albuquerque now. And they just kept moving them around and let them keep abusing people. When you have any sort of accountability from this administration, from Mike Johnson, we can talk about it. But the audacity of Mike Johnson to talk about accountability is breathtaking.
Helping the situation. I give you as an example Minnesota. It is a calmer, more orderly situation there because finally it appears that the local and state officials are cooperating. We need cooperation among law enforcement. It is common sense, and it will solve.
Fair. I'm good with that. Cooperate with law enforcement. I agree with that. Don't obstruct them. I agree with that. But when somebody does obstruct, if law enforcement's response to that is murder, then I'm forced to be more upset about the murder than the obstruction. And that's what's weird about you guys. Like, you're upset about the obstruction, but not the death? What kind of fucked up morals do you have? Yeah, don't obstruct. I agree with you. Let them do their job. You can film them. You can yell at them. You can do all that shit. We have the freedom of speech, right? You have the freedom to film law enforcement. If you get in their way, you should get arrested. That's it. But you guys are more outraged of the obstruction than the death. Alex Peretti never obstructed a single thing. All he did was try and help a woman up that psycho ICE agent threw to the ground for no fucking reason. She was backing up and she was just talking shit, and he slammed her to the ground, and Alex Peretti tried to intervene and help her back up. He was taken to the ground by 8 men, smacked in the head. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was a cell phone. Oh no, it was a canister, and then executed in the street. Renee Good had nowhere to go. She couldn't go in her lane because there was an ICE agent obstructing her. So the person obstructing traffic with Renee Good was the ICE agent who was out of his car recording her license plate, and the other ICE agents could have went around. So yeah, take some accountability. I'm tired of hearing about morals or accountability from any of you. But let's move on to the Epstein files. And I thought this was perfect by John Ossoff because this needs to be, if you're a Democrat running for office, this should be the theme.
Now you remember we were told.
This one's quiet too, sorry, and this one's only coming out of my left ear, but here you go.
Told that MAGA was for working class Americans. You remember that? But this is a government of, by, and for the ultra-rich. It is the wealthiest cabinet ever. This is the Epstein class ruling our country. They are the elites they pretend to hate. So prices are up, jobs are going away, Medicaid and school lunches are slashed, nursing homes are getting defunded. If you're Steve Bannon and your pitch was Trump for the forgotten man and woman, how do you sell any of this? Trump was supposed to fight for the working class. Instead, he's literally closing rural clinics and hospitals to cut taxes for George Soros and Elon Musk. Now, you remember.
All right. That should be the message, because that's exactly what we have here. And I think that's why you see the hysterics from MAGA in our chat now. You'll notice that a lot of the MAGA have kind of gone away. It's like a handful of people that are still kind of hanging out, and they are hysterical, and they are angry, and they're confused, and they're full of not even misinformation, just like alternate sets of facts. And that's why they're confused. And I say this with all due respect, like, you chose to believe the wrong people, and you're not doing any work. You're not willing to fact check your own people, and that's why you're so confused. That's why it seems like we're so crazy, is because you're just believing shit that isn't true. And so when reality strikes, when we're giving you clips, data, it doesn't ring true to you. You start thinking, this guy must be lying to me. He's got to be. This is the exact opposite of what I've been told. So this guy on the internet must be lying to me. And there's a way to figure that out. You don't have to make a decision. You don't have to get all hysterical in the chat. Just Google it. Let me know what I got wrong. I don't think any of you, I think a lot of you are afraid of fact checking. You've told yourselves now at this point that fact checks will never come back in your favor. And it's because the fact checkers are lying too. Everybody's lying. Every country, every fact checker, every journalist, everybody's lying except for Donald Trump. You've painted yourself into the dumbest fucking corner possible. Amy Lynn said, Mike's accountability is him and his son having monitoring apps to keep them both from watching adult material. True. Amy said, Texas gets paid by the feds to help. Other states do not get that extra money. Also, like Seattle, we turn over criminals to the feds. Duh. That's a good point, Amy. Most states do work with federal law enforcement to turn over people that they've arrested. So, for example, if you arrest somebody for burglary and that person happens to be an undocumented immigrant, every state works and turns those people over. They're not protecting criminals. And that's what we'll see here in a second. You're going to see Republicans lying about protecting criminals in one of the strangest ways possible. But thank you for bringing that up, Amy. That's a really, really good point. John said, daily sport, keep up the good fight. Appreciate it. Caffeine KC says, no guillotine in the world could take away the head. MAGA against Trump every day. Mr. Tom America, if Trump was in the Epstein files, wouldn't you liberals be supporting him for the last 2 decades like you liberals are? See, he is in the Epstein files. Mr. Tom, stick around. Somebody keep track of Mr. Tom. I'm so glad you said that, because this illustrates my point perfectly. Donald Trump is the most cited person in the Epstein files. He's accused of rape. He's accused of murder. He's accused of cover-up. He's accused of all sorts of crimes. He's the most cited person in the Epstein files, and you don't know that, Mr. Tom America. And when I just said this right now, your thought, I promise, is this guy's full of shit. Your next response to me is going to be that I'm full of shit, that I'm lying to you. But we're going to show you. Go watch the show from yesterday. Isn't it kind of alarming, guys, that we've seen this? Like, how many people don't know that he's in the Epstein files? In anonymous tips, though, right? Brother, I don't think you know what the fuck the Epstein files are. The Epstein files are tips, not always anonymous, sometimes classified, sometimes anonymous, sometimes human sources. But what it is it's a collection of stories that nobody fucking investigated and the FBI covered up. Some were investigated. But there are multiple instances of Trump being accused of things that nobody ever investigated. Again, like, if you say that, then you can't say anybody in the Epstein files is guilty, which I think is where a lot of you are going to land, is that just nobody's guilty. In fact, I saw House and Habit today saying that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are both innocent. If you extend that logic all the way out, the Clintons are innocent, Epstein's innocent, Dershowitz is innocent, Prince Andrew is innocent. If you extend that out, and that is your standard, then all of these victims are actually lying and everybody in the Epstein files is innocent. And then you've got a real problem. How did Epstein then get all of these people to, one, cover it up, and two, to do all these things for him? Why were they so beholden to him if he didn't have blackmail on them? He's all over the files, and we'll get there. I want to go to a person who is definitely in the Epstein files and who lied about being in the Epstein files, Howard Nutlick, who is testifying before Congress today. But before we get to his testimony, I want to remind you of, what is this? It's a summary thing. I don't want that. Yeah, okay. I want to remind you that Howard Lutnick is one of the people that we talked about before that desperately wants these tariffs to be overturned. So a member of Trump's administration who has been cheerleading these tariffs, if the tariffs are overturned, he and his company are going to receive a multi-million-dollar windfall. This is a letter written from the United States Senate Committee on Finance to Brandon Lutnick, who is Howard Lutnick's son and who is the current chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, which is the company that Howard Lutnick has been the CEO and chairman for decades before joining the Trump administration. Once again, the elites. It's always these elites that are in this Trump administration. We write regarding recent reports that your investment banking subsidiary, Cantor Fitzgerald, has created a financial product for the purpose of betting on the outcome of litigation related to Trump's tariffs. Specifically, Cantor has created a litigation finance product that places the company in the position of betting the courts will strike down Trump's tariffs. Given that one of the purported architects of Trump's tariff policy is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, your father and former chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, the firm's actions raise obvious conflict of interest and insider dealing concerns. President Trump has unilaterally claimed authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, to impose sweeping tariffs on imports from nearly every trading partner of the United States. We understand that Secretary Lutnick has been closely involved in negotiations with foreign trading partners that are frantically trying to strike deals to roll back or prevent the imposition of tariffs. Meanwhile, U.S. businesses that pay the tariffs are doing so in the absence of certainty about whether they are even legal. In May 2025, the Court of International Trade ruled that Trump's tariffs were not authorized under IEPA. The administration has appealed the decision and continues to collect the tariffs on the interim. Other similar lawsuits are also pending. If the president's tariffs are ultimately declared unlawful, companies that paid tariffs may be entitled to a refund for those duties from the U.S. government. And here's where Lutnick winds up making his money. Public reporting indicates that Cantor has offered companies the opportunity to trade their legal claim to a future tariff refund in exchange for 20 to 30% of the duties the company paid. So, the duty-paying company would forfeit its claim to a future refund, which would now effectively be assigned to a third party. In this scenario, if the courts determine that the tariffs are illegal, the company stands to recover hundreds of millions of dollars. Cantor has reportedly made a deal with at least one company for its refund rights, valued at approximately $10 million, and anticipates that number will balloon in the coming weeks. A Cantor representative reportedly said the firm has the capacity to trade up to several hundred million of these presently and can likely upsize that in the future to meet potential demand. So that's who we have. The elites publicly advocating for tariffs, knowing that if the tariffs are overturned, they will get a windfall of hundreds of millions of dollars. But they're for you, right? Howard Lutnick's there for you. He's standing up for you. The Trump administration's there for you, the working class, right? Not the elites. Now, let's connect Howard Lutnick to one more thing real quick, and then we're going to connect him to Epstein. But what I'd also like to point out is that oftentimes we think that because somebody is wealthy or because they come from the private sector, that they are better qualified to run government programs. That's a conservative belief. It's absolute nonsense. Being a rich person doesn't necessarily mean that you are good at running your company. It doesn't necessarily mean that you would be good at managing a department of the United States government. Howard Lutnick is the what is he? He's the Treasury Secretary, Commerce Secretary. Commerce Secretary. And listen to him not know what he does for a job.
Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it
Go
not?
back, sorry.
Mr. Secretary, the Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Census Bureau is in charge of defining what it means to be poor or in poverty in America. Is that correct?
I think it does economic analysis for America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if Amanda's here, but I was talking to Amanda the other day about the federal poverty level. And yes, his job is to determine what the federal poverty level is. And the federal poverty level matters because that determines whether or not you get access to certain benefits. So it's a really important thing. And it's important for the Commerce Secretary to, one, set that level, and they make that determination. But two, have a good economic analysis so that that number in itself is accurate. And it's not new to the Trump administration. It's previous administrations before. But we've had a problem correctly identifying what that number will be because we don't want to admit wealth inequality. And so we take the massive wealth of a lot of people and we oftentimes attribute it too much. Take that out too much, and the federal poverty level winds up being far too low, and that number should be higher.
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look, because it does.
Okay.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he sets the federal poverty level. He's the Commerce Secretary. My interpretation of that is he's far more interested in being on camera, on TV, and on making hundreds of millions of dollars off of his private business than doing his actual job. That is a basic thing that every Commerce Secretary should know. And it's alarming that he doesn't know that. But maybe perhaps he's distracted by the fact that he got fucking busted lying about Jeffrey Epstein. And whatever you want to say about Howard Nutlick here, why would you lie about your connections to Jeffrey Epstein if you have nothing to hide? Why would you lie multiple times? And when you get caught lying about one thing, you admit that, but you leave out the rest of the lies.
This hearing was scheduled. Another matter has arisen from the Epstein files that goes to the heart of the credibility and honesty of our witness, Secretary Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, I hope during the course of your testimony, we can get answers to some of those questions. As you know, Mr. Secretary, the issue is not that you engaged in any wrongdoing in connection with Jeffrey Epstein, but that you totally misrepresented the extent of your relationship with him to the Congress, to the American people, and to the survivors of his despicable criminal and predatory acts. You told us that when you and your wife first encountered Jeffrey Epstein in his apartment in 2005, he used sexual innuendo to explain why he had a massage table in the middle of the room. You said it disgusted you and that you hurried out and vowed never to set foot in the same room with him again, and you suggested that you never had anything more to do with him. I remember thinking that for all our disagreements, you had good instincts. But now that turns out not to be true. The information recently revealed from the Epstein files show that your statements were, at best, highly misleading. The files show that you had interactions with Epstein over the next 13 years, including long after he was convicted in 2008 of soliciting the prostitution of a minor. And Mr. Secretary, that does call into question your fitness for the job you now hold and the question of your credibility before this committee and the Congress.
What's even more like the performative way that he lied about that was alarming. The way he told the story, and he bent in, he's like, we knew, my wife and I, in that moment, we looked at each other and we said, we will never be in that man's presence ever again. And then he and his wife took his kids to Epstein Island like 10 years later. Hey, Jeff, can we come to the island, please? We're bringing our kids. It was so performative. And like Van Hollen says here, like, we bought it. We're like, oh, all right, cool. Yeah, that's a solid story. So a guy that can lie that fucking blatantly and with that much passion and emotion, enough to convince the people who don't even like him The people who would rather probably believe that he was in the Epstein files. He convinced a lot of people with a very passionate lie. Let me check these real quick. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded, so if you can help us knock out that goal before the end of the live, that'd be greatly appreciated. We rely on your generosity to keep things going. Jason says, why T-men are weak. The juice... why T-men are weak. The juice can abuse your bae, and you do nothing about it. The juice. I'm not sure what that means. Juice. Like O.J. Simpson? Who's the juice? Sorry, Jason. If you want to DM Jen about exactly what you meant there, it's probably just me being dumb. Axe said, Obama department numbers show libs have an issue with the tactics. True. This guy Fox said, Katie Johnson testified under the penalty of perjury about Trump in the Epstein files. Facts on facts on facts. Yeah, a lot of these people put their own livelihood on the line to testify against Donald Trump. Jackie says, love you. Love you too, Jackie. Thank you very much. All right. Here is Senator Coons to Howard Lutnick now.
Comment, if I might, Mr. Secretary. Senator Van Hollen asked about your engagements with your former neighbor, Mr. Epstein. I was encouraged to see your declaration that in 2005 you concluded he was a disgusting man with whom you should have no contact. I wish many others reached that conclusion upon meeting him. But it troubles me that you took your family to lunch on his island.
Let me answer this, Darren. I appreciate it. Darren says, I don't understand why there's so much division. Are we all not flesh, blood, bones, and soul? Who cares about your skin color? Darren, as a white, let me just explain. That would be awesome. It would be awesome if nobody cared about the color of people's skin. But it is silly of you to pretend that it doesn't exist. I hope that you don't care. I hope that the color of somebody's skin doesn't affect your decision-making. But it does affect decision-making in this country. And we still, whether it is outwardly said, is irrelevant. Until black and brown people in this country are not marginalized, and until we can remove that from the data where it shows that they are marginalized, then we have a problem with it. And we just acknowledging that is something that I wish my friends on the other side of the aisle would just own up to. I was born and raised Republican and white and conservative and Christian. I grew up in a almost exclusively white community, religious community. I heard the N-word every day. I heard racist jokes every day. It still is troubling to go back home to that same community and hear those same jokes because they don't, for my friends that I do think have good hearts, I will just say this, they don't understand the impact of it. They don't understand the impact that has. Because if you make jokes about white people and people become prejudiced against white people, what real effect does it have structurally? None, right? Somebody might harm, like if somebody individually doesn't like a white person and they may harm a white person just because they hate white people, that can happen. That also happens with white people who hate black and brown people. That happens. But structurally, nothing changes. If you get enough people in this country who think black and brown people are less than, then you can change legislation, you can change laws, or you can just change how you enforce the laws that directly impacts black and brown people at a disproportionately than it would white people. It simply is just about power structures. And I do think we get lost in that conversation a lot of times. And I think it's sometimes a fruitless conversation because you never know what's in somebody's heart. But I can just tell you from the bottom of my heart that I'm 40 years old. For 30 years of my life, I would have told you that I was not racist, that I didn't have a racist bone in my body, that I had black friends, that I loved black athletes, that I loved rap music, that I loved all this stuff, all the same stuff that we all say. I can tell you now, unequivocally, that wasn't true. I viewed black people as less than. There were things I wasn't willing to make those jokes about. I was Mormon. I didn't make those jokes about Mormons. You know what I didn't have? I didn't have any jokes about how white people are dumb. I didn't have any jokes about generically like labeling white people. None. Did I have jokes about Jewish people, black people, Hispanic people, women, blondes? Yeah, I sure did. But the one thing that the joke that never lands in a group of white people is a joke about white people. Go ahead, go make your no seasoning jokes in a group full of white men. Oh, dude, bro, that's such bullshit. We use seasoning. Go ahead, try it. Go around with your white buddies and start making jokes about white people. See how well those jokes land. I mean, maybe people won't get mad, but I promise you they're not going to laugh near as much as when you make jokes about Hispanic people or you make jokes about black people. I'll give you an example. My ex-wife's grandma, who was as compassionate as a person as I've ever met, she could not have been more kind to me. I believe that like she accepted me in the family. She loved me. She was a sweet, sweet woman, but she was born and raised the same place I was and didn't understand impact. And I can tell you that she was a huge fan of BYU. And when people criticized BYU for not allowing black people to have the priesthood until 1978, when people criticized the rosters of BYU sports as being almost exclusively white until they could pay players, she would get deeply offended by that. Deeply offended by that. It's not fair. We're not racist. I'm deeply offended by that. That's a funny joke. Everybody who's not Mormon thinks it's a funny joke that like BYU's teams were all white, and there was a reason for that. Right? But she would get offended by that because she felt like that was a direct attack on her being racist. However, her favorite joke that she told everybody is, what do you call a Mexican baptism? A bean dip. Most people would view that as harmless. She thought it was hilarious. I don't think she intended harm, but she would never have allowed that for white people. Right? She would, like, if it was an onion dip or whatever, she would never have allowed that joke to be said about her people. So these things exist culturally. And I do think that for most of you who live in like a white culture, you don't see the impact of that. I can tell you I didn't. It doesn't make anything I said right. And it doesn't make me a better person then than now. I'm a better person now for acknowledging that and trying to do my best when I am in those circles to, at the very least, make it uncomfortable. If somebody tells me a joke that I think is damaging, like, at the very least, I can make them uncomfortable by not laughing. So until we can undo that culturally, because that bleeds over into the structures. I have a friend. I told you I'm in a very white community. I have a friend who we got into some shit. Nothing bad. Like we used to climb on people's houses in the middle of the night and like jump on the roof and then run. We used to jump cars from time to time. We'd turn off people's power. When I was like 16 or 17, I got caught shoplifting. I think I was 17. And my friends and I were going fishing, and it was like the grand opening of this grocery store. It's called Macy's Grocery Store in Utah, if you're aware of it. But it was a grand opening there, and we went and we got a bunch of fishing stuff. And I didn't want to wait in line. I had a packet of swivels and like those bells because we were going night fishing, so it's like a bell. So if you get a hit, then the bell rings and you can hear it. And I stuffed it in my pocket, and I went to walk out, and I got stopped. I got caught shoplifting. And my dad had to come and pick me up. I didn't get arrested. No real charges. All I had to do was go to a class. I was never handcuffed. I was never detained by police. I had to go to a class and sit there and learn about how like you shouldn't shoplift. My friend got caught shoplifting at the same store 6 months later, but was black. He was handcuffed. He was pushed against the wall, and he was cuffed to a chair while they waited for his parents to come and get him. I never even thought of it. It never registered to me that he and I did the same thing and he got handcuffed. In fact, it made sense to me. Well, I mean, what are you going to assume? That this black kid's not like a violent gangbanger? Because that's what I thought about black people. Like that was my image of black people coming from where I was. Like my image was Dr. Dre. My image was Ice Cube. My image was Exhibit. The people that Nelly, those were the people that I watched. I grew up in the NBA. I'm a huge NBA fan at a time when the NBA commissioner changed the dress code because Allen Iverson looked like a thug. And he used that word, and we all use that word. I don't like these NBA players dressing like thugs. They should show up in a suit and tie. I grew up in that era. So, like, even though I had a black friend who I love dearly to this day, I couldn't even recognize in my own life the disparity between how I was treated as a white kid in a white community versus how he was treated as a black kid in a white community. I think I've told this story too, but like we say shotgun, no rocks. Like when you go into lunch, you'd be going to get in the car and you and your friends would say shotgun, no rocks. We changed it to the kid's name. It was his name, no N-word. And that's what everybody at our school said. Instead of shotgun, no rocks, it was his name, no N-word. Doesn't even make any fucking sense. None of us thought about it. None of us thought, holy fuck, like what? We just casually dropped it. Not understanding, even just like the fact that, like, forget the historical significance of that. That was one kid in our school, one kid. And everybody targeted him. Everybody that was saying it, directly or indirectly, was targeting him. And none of us recognized it. If they had changed it to like my name, no, whatever derogatory term you want to make for me. But perhaps it would have been like, if it was me, it would have been like some, like probably like homophobic slur. I would have felt pretty shitty if the whole school was saying my name, no slur. And I wouldn't have handled it very well. I probably would have really struggled with that. That would have fucked up my mental health. But it was just reality for him where he lived. That's what he dealt with. So I appreciate you asking those questions, but like until you can recognize in your life that there is such a thing as white privilege, and white privilege doesn't always exist. It doesn't mean that you just automatically get more money. It doesn't automatically mean that you automatically don't get have less severe consequences. But there are times in your life when white privilege exists, and if you can't admit that, I'm forced to call you a coward. And it sucks. It hurts. It was hard to admit it. And frankly, I was afraid to admit it. Once I did learn about it, I was afraid to admit it. Because it does suck to be called a racist. It does fucking suck to be called a racist. Especially when you're like trying to just like have a good time. You're just trying to make people laugh. And you say something and they're like, that's racist. You're like, why didn't you take my intent into consideration? Ironically, white men specifically and white culture is that when you do something that has an impact on somebody who's marginalized and it's pointed out to you, you immediately become the victim. Everything's racism. I don't even listen to that anymore. And what a blessing that is if you are a white person in America to be able to brush off an accusation of being racist. How great a privilege that is to be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And when somebody calls you out on it, you go, I don't fucking care. What a privilege. Bad Bunny can't show up to the Super Bowl and sing about his culture in his language without millions of people attacking him. Meanwhile, want to talk about white privilege? Kid Rock is, one, lip syncing. Two, he's actually singing about like degeneracy all the time. He's talking about prostitutes. He has songs about underage girls. He's talking about doing drugs. He's talking about actual degeneracy. And none of you are upset with him. None of you are talking about the fact that he is a degenerate. That's white privilege. We can talk about like, oh, Bad Bunny talks about sex in his songs. So does Kid Rock. Why did Bad Bunny get attacked? Because he's not viewed as one of us. He's not viewed as a white. So you have a different set of standards for Bad Bunny than you do for Kid Rock. That's what it is. Just, it's hard to acknowledge it. I get it, but holy fuck. If white people have a culture, white men, if we have a culture, it is just bitch shittery. It is just whiny, complainy, victim mentality, bitch shittery. So, sorry, I got derailed there, but back to Howard Lutnick. Let me check these two. Any comments came through. Tanya said, what do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear? That's adorable. Thank you. All right, back to Lutnick.
Reached that conclusion upon meeting him. But it troubles me that you took your family to lunch on his island, that you had appointments with him. Please disclose everything. Put this to rest, because this is an issue of grave concern to my constituents. President Trump ran on releasing the Epstein files. You said casually, well, I looked at my name and how it appeared.
Twitch chat wants to know what rocks is. Rock, paper, scissors. So shotgun, no rocks. Like I called shotgun, and you don't Rochambeau or rock, paper, scissors for it. So it was your way of saying I'm getting shotgun, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Good question, Twitch chat.
In them, as does everyone. No, everyone isn't worried about their names being in the Epstein files. I know he was your neighbor. That was a coincidence. But please disclose everything that's relevant here so that we have a chance to work together and move on.
To the best of my memory, I met him when he moved next door to me, and I met him 2 other times in 14 years, none within 6 years of that first meeting, and then a year and a half later, and none thereafter. And in the presence of my wife, and as Senator Van Hollen said, under no circumstances is there a single word that I've done anything remotely wrong in any possible regard.
Except for lying, right? Do you guys care that he lied about his connections with Epstein?
I did not have anything you could call a relationship, anything you could call an acquaintance. I literally met him 3 times over 14 years.
I don't know. I'm just. It's hard for me to believe that you don't have a relationship with him when you go and call him and bring your family to his house on a private island in the middle of the ocean. There's nobody who I would ask, like, can I come visit that I have no relationship with? Can me, my wife, and my kids come visit you, but we don't have a relationship? Can you guys imagine a scenario where you go to somebody's house for dinner that requires them to send their helicopter to you, and you did that without a relationship? You weren't invited, but you're emailing back and forth like, yeah, let's come over. Nobody believes that, right? He's still lying.
With widespread in between. That's all I can remember. That's all there is in the documents. I didn't look through the documents with any fear whatsoever, because I know, and my wife knows, that I have done absolutely nothing wrong in any possible regard.
Well,
thank you for answering.
Howard Lutnick, in the Epstein files, there's a resume. And I'm not sure exactly what the resume means. It's about Howard Lutnick's nanny. Here's the resume for Lutnick's nanny. I don't know if that was his nanny, like his previous nanny, or if it was a resume of somebody that he wanted to hire as a nanny. But why are you getting a resume from Jeffrey Epstein post 2007? Why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in finding you a resume for a nanny? I think Howard Lutnick's lying. He's clearly lying. He's clearly lied before. He clearly lied right then by saying he didn't have a relationship, because he clearly did. Let me show you this. There was, in 2017, David Ratner. Is this the right one? Let me make sure. Yeah. Emails Jeffrey Epstein and says this. Hey, Jeffrey, many thanks for your incredible, David Ratner messages Lutnick. Ratner messages Epstein. There we go. On behalf of Lutnick. Hey, Jeffrey, many thanks for your incredible donation in honor of Howard Lutnick. Would you like to take an ad and offer your own words of congratulations in our commemorative journal? Are you able to join us at the event itself on December 11th? And would you like a table inclusive of your generosity? Thank you. Epstein gave him $50,000 to celebrate Howard Lutnick for whatever. And then the people hosting the party, David Ratner, were like, hey, dude, do you want to take out an ad for the journal? You want to join us? We'll get a table for you. Is it frozen? Woke guy hating on Trump. We're not even talking about Trump. So I'll see your woke guy hating on Trump with Trump guy not knowing what the fuck is going on ever. Literally not talking about Trump. Everything is about Trump. J-Sex, another 5-minute mute for J-Sex. Suck my ass, J-Sex. Another question we need answered is, why does he do this every time? What is funny about mentioning Jeffrey Epstein? Why does he do this every time they mention Jeffrey Epstein?
Respond to the Epstein situation. Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but
Why does he do that? Howard Lutnick strikes me as perhaps one of the more evil people. His ability to lie and then laugh off stuff that he and Trump are both connected to. Did he live 3 doors down? I think he was next door, I think. By the way, another fun fact. You know how much do you guys think Howard Lutnick paid for his apartment? Allegedly. Allegedly, he paid $10 for his apartment. That's in the Epstein files. We'll have to see. He was so close with Epstein that Epstein, who owned that building, sold it to him for $10. That's not great. How'd that happen? Go watch the show yesterday. You can find it in the show yesterday. Which one's this? Hold on one second. All right. And then one more thing here. Because this is going to introduce some more of the lies that the Trump administration has told.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
Why am I infatuated with Trump? All you do is talk about him. Your entire life is about him. Your every waking moment is about him. You're actually pathetic. It's not. My show is about him because he's the president of the United States, and he has a full majority in Congress, and nobody can pass any legislation without Donald Trump. So I am forced to talk about Donald Trump until he is no longer in power. This is my job. The question is, why is your response to get mad at me when we're showing that Donald Trump and all of his friends were pedophiles and pedophile protectors? I think that your life is more pathetic.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. He's gross. The guy's gross. This was not.
Now, this is the same interview where he told that story where I met him once for 5 minutes, and my wife and I said, we will never again be around this man, and then took their kids to his island.
Oh, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
Oh,
that's what his MO was. Get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video.
How does he know that was his MO? In the story that he tells earlier, he says that he saw a massage table. No mention of him trying to get a massage. The next time he said he saw him was him and his family on the island. And then, of course, at that dinner. How does he know this? How does Howard Lutnick know that that's his MO?
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
Yeah, exactly. Word of mouth. Word of mouth from who? His friends that are all over the files?
Okay.
I assume way back when they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have.
Right. He says that he mentioned the table, but he didn't say anything about offering him a massage and then blackmailing him. He says that he leaned in and he's like, I get the good kind of massages. You're right about that. Thank you for clarifying.
Visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender.
Let's see how moral this dipshit is. Do you condemn Reid Hoffman and do you support not taking $1 from him ever again? Yeah, and I've actually already said that on this live stream. Fuck Reid Hoffman. I would never, ever vote for anybody who takes $1 from Reid Hoffman again. And you should consider never voting for anybody who has taken $1 from Reid Hoffman. Fuck Reid Hoffman forever. There's the morality.
How could he get $8 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff. It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people.
Reid Hoffman's the guy that started LinkedIn, and he's all over the Epstein files. He's a good friend with Jeffrey Epstein.
On those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
But my story, that, I was one and done with the guy. He knows that story, but that's
except for you weren't one and done with the guy. So how do you know all this shit? It's weird that you know all that shit. All right, let's talk. Get Dick. Yeah, we're good. Shit, did I not get this on the outline? Hold on. I want to show you two of the most ironic things I've ever seen in my entire life. On the day that we have, there's a lot of stories that broke yesterday. I didn't intend to make this my outline today, but a bunch of stuff broke yesterday as House Democrats and Republicans got access to unredacted Epstein files. And so basically everybody who saw that came out, almost everybody that saw those files came out and said we don't trust this administration, Republicans and Democrats alike. And I'll show you clips of Republicans saying it and Democrats. But I wanted to show you just the irony of on the day that it is proven that the Department of Justice and the Trump administration is covering up for literal rapists and literal murderers. Lisa McClain ran to a podium and did this.
Why aren't more people outraged? I don't get it. I got to share with you. I don't get it. These folks are monsters. They're criminals. They murder. They sexually assault young women, minors. And you know what the Democrats want to do? Let's release them in your communities.
Nobody wants to release them in their communities. This is 19 seconds in. Can I show you? You know what these are? You know what these are? These are mugshots. You evil fucking clown. These are fucking mugshots. These are people who were arrested for their crimes, and nobody argued whether or not they should be arrested. Your party doesn't want to arrest rapists. You're showing fucking mugshots. This is how sick the GOP is currently. Is they are showing mugshots from Democrat states where people got arrested for these crimes and saying, why don't the Democrats care about criminals? It looks like we did. Because it wasn't ICE or CBP that arrested them. These were blue states that arrested, tried, and convicted them. Seems like we cared.
Outraged. I don't get it. I got to share with you. I don't get it. These folks are monsters. They're criminals. They murder. They sexually assault young women, minors. And you know what the Democrats want to do? Let's release them in your community.
Again, find me somebody who says that you should release violent criminals into the community. Find me anybody on the left. They lie so much about what we actually think that this is, again, just more proof. You don't know what the fuck we believe. You have all been sold this lie about who we are, and you have just bought it. Hook, line, and fucking sinker. I got to tell you, if you told me that Republicans were advocating taking violent criminals that were convicted of crimes and then releasing them back into the community, I would have told you that's crazy because you have no evidence. They've never done that before. And then Trump pardoned all the J6ers. But can you show me any evidence that any Democrat is going around and taking people who are here that are undocumented that commit violent crimes and then advocating for releasing them back into the community? I bet you fucking can't, and I bet that won't change your mind.
Communities. And let's celebrate the criminals. Let's villainize the ICE agents and celebrate the people who are raping your children.
That's a crazy thing to say on this day. That's a crazy thing to say right now when you're covering up the Epstein files. You're holding a press conference talking about people who have already been served justice, and it's crazy. Why would you listen to people who want to release dangerous criminals back onto the streets?
Yeah, I fucking wonder. I fucking wonder. You're talking about people that were arrested, thrown in prison, and you're saying that nobody wants to do anything about them? They're in prison.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
And I'd love for the media just find one parent for me, or any responsible citizen in this country that actually thinks that's okay.
Nobody thinks it's okay. These theatrics are a straw man. There's not a human being that I've ever seen that says that you should take violent criminals, if they are undocumented, and release them onto the streets. Nobody believes that. Nobody advocates for it. But you and your friends here are running cover for violent criminals who rape and murder children. And you have covered up the Epstein files for them for some reason. These theatrics are not convincing to anybody who isn't in the cult.
I mean, I would love to talk to that parent. I really would. They're criminals and they're killers. And Democrats are fighting right now to keep them here, to shut down
Shut up, Amanda.
ICE, to call off Border Patrol, and to let these folks stay in America, in American communities, in your communities.
In your communities. You don't want them in your communities. You vote for them to be president. You fill the entire cabinet with them. And then you defend them blindly and make up straw mans about other people who are supporting criminals. That's what you do.
Jesus fucking Christ, the tone deafness of Republicans today. Then Mark Emmert, like again, I know I haven't shown you the clips yet, but I'm going to show you clips of Republicans admitting that this administration is covering up for violent rapists, murderers, and pedophiles. And this is how Emmer starts a press conference.
He's always got
Pedophiles. Rapists. Murderers. And drug traffickers. These are just a few of the criminal illegal aliens that the brave men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement have taken off the streets of Minneapolis.
None of those people were taken off the streets by ICE. Those were taken off the streets by Minneapolis police. So that's a lie. Want to shout out to Caffeine there in our Discord, though. Yeah. Maybe we talk about these ones. Maybe we talk about these ones. If there is a Democrat with any ability to capitalize on the moment, you will go out and you will hold this exact same press conference, word for fucking word, and you will just change the pictures. Democrats, please don't be dog shit. Please use this opportunity. Go out and do this exact same thing. And a great job, Caffeine, for putting that together in Discord. Reminder, Discord's free. You guys can join Discord. There's a lot of fun people in there. It's a good place. It's mostly used to mock me. You guys, you MAGA in here think that you're ruthless. You should see what the people who like my show say about me. Hate, I feel for you, said, just want to point out we never needed the files. We had the victim statements. Agreed. And that is perhaps one of the more devastating parts is this really shouldn't be a national story. It shouldn't be that the press is forcing this administration to be honest. But public sentiment is what's forcing the release of these files because our government cannot be trusted to tell us the truth. They cannot be, and it's going to be shown here time after time after time. Let's get to these leaked emails that now confirm that Kash Patel was trying to cover up these files. These are internal communications from the FBI. Obviously, it's blacked out here, but good morning, blank. Do you know what is the guidance for, and this is before the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So this would be illegal under the Transparency Act, not illegal when this happened, but it does show that our government wanted to lie to all of you. The FBI, for whatever reason, thought famous people, government officials, we need to protect them. We shouldn't release any information about famous people or government officials. Says, do you know what is the guidance for redacting images, or who would be able to assist with the guidance? Be it, I think that's supposed to be it. It says be is CSAM, which is child sexual abuse material, victims, etc. Please see below for additional details. So see here, do we have clear guidelines for redacting images? Good morning, sir. Buff, I am a DRIDS, request guidance redacting photographs. Who is protected under this Transparency Act? As mentioned before, we need guidance to redact 1B items. I'm not sure what that is. IMD-RIDS is requesting clear and consistent guidance to process these items. Just going down to where it's highlighted. IMD-RIDS needs clear and specific guidance to redact these photographs. Some photographs depict victims, unknown identified females and males, former U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. Why are they worried about redacting other celebrities, U.S. presidents, and secretaries of state? One thing we found out yesterday is before the DOJ got the documents, the FBI had redacted them. The FBI was involved in a cover-up long before the Epstein Transparency Act. They were, this is them, redacting files. Once Trump got in, they started redacting shit, and they were working behind the scenes to redact shit. And part of that includes redacting U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. They're lying to you. Get over it? No. Get rid of Mr. Whoever just said that in all caps. My Ryan. No, we're not getting over it. You can go somewhere else. Let's go here. Oh, I jumped down. I skipped this. Even amongst conservatives, this is not popular. Here is Laura Ingraham asking the Turning Point USA crowd how they feel about how this administration has handled the Epstein files. Let me read a couple comments. The one prominent Dem that committed felonies of fraud, Trump pardoned. Trump has not convicted one single Democrat, not last term or this term. He is failing, or Dems are just smarter. True. I read that one. I feel you. Guys, just a reminder, we are crowdfunded, and I'm trying to get to these in real time, so I apologize when I'm not. But if you could help us knock out the remainder of that gift goal, we've got about hour and 40 minutes left. I have a semi. I do need to be absolutely done by 1:30. Somebody's going to clip. I have a semi, and that sucks. Lee said, thanks for doing the deep dives. Burned Out Medic said, I worked in a very racist institution as a public servant, and RTP is correct. A lot of privilege and peer pressure drives it as well. Took me years to deconstruct. Thank you. Amber said, young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory, but I say that's mandatory. Those are actual Kid Rock lyrics. But Bad Bunny had people shaking their ass, which I approve of, frankly. Back to Laura Ingraham asking the Turning Point crowd how they feel about this.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Why do I not go off about the Obama and Clintons on the Epstein information? Well, one, I have gone off on the Clintons. They are not accused. Bill Clinton's not accused of virtually anything in the files other than being around. Trump's accused of much more. Obama's nowhere in the files. So I'm just following what the information tells me. Reid Hoffman, that's a prominent Democrat. He's in there. Noam Chomsky's in there. That's not ideal. Bill Gates is in there. There's a lot of people are in there that I'm very disappointed in, but Obama's not in them, and Clinton is in them in pictures. I will say this though, a lot of the stuff pre-2007 we've never seen, so there's still a whole bunch of files we haven't seen. And if there's a single prominent Democrat accused of any crime, I'll go just as hard on them as Trump. My question is, why do you always want to deflect from Trump? All right, so Turning Point USA crowd, they've had about enough. They don't believe that they're getting the full truth. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene now yesterday just saying this is flat out a cover-up, and it's absolutely at the request of Donald Trump.
Supposedly killed. That's on an FBI form. That's not somebody calling in an anonymous tip or writing it on some.
Yeah, Bush isn't in them. George W. Bush isn't in them either, that I'm aware of, that I've come across. Other than people like, there's like Obama's name's in there and Bush as well, but those are in emails from Epstein that are like news stories, and it's just like he gets these daily roll-ups of the top news stories of the day. So you'll find it, but then you go and you click on the email. It's just a link to some story about them. None of them related to trafficking. They're just daily stories.
A deep, dark place in the internet. That's an actual FBI file stating what happened. And people are going to have
what Trump is accused of in the files, multiple things, multiple times of sexual abuse of minors. He's accused of green lighting the unaliving of somebody. He's accused of being there when another person was unalived. He's accused of in these events that he would hold. I forget what. Do you remember what the events he would hold were called? I have it here on. Forgot what it's called. Calendar girls, inspecting young girls by checking their tightness. I can just say it that way. He's accused of a lot of things in those files. And watch the people saying, yeah, they're all accusations. The Epstein files are all accusations. But again, like, this is the part where it is frustrating for all of you. Why I think that you guys are all dumb motherfuckers is because you do this. You're running cover for Trump. I'm not saying that. All I'm simply saying is these are the files and that they covered him up. What I'm accusing Donald Trump of doing is covering up the files. He did that. It's unequivocal. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying it too. Republicans are all saying, like, a lot of Republicans are saying it now. It's obvious.
To completely take in what they are seeing with their own eyes, what they're reading, and what they're being told. The reality is the Trump administration is not releasing the information. And I got yelled at by the president over this. This is why he called me a traitor. He called me a traitor because I would not take my name off the discharge petition, because I stood firmly and said, no, we're going to release the Epstein files. I'm standing with women who were raped as teenagers. I'm not standing with the government. I don't support the cover up of all.
Good point. MC Martinez says those that were shaking their asses were adults. That's true. And I, for one, am appreciative.
All of this stuff, whatever it may be. And the president got mad at me, and he told me, and I've said this multiple times, he told me his friends would get hurt. And that's what he told me. And then we're seeing a continued slow walk and cover up of a lot of this information. And I know that is why. I firmly believe that that's why it is being covered up. Look, Pam Bondi works directly for Donald Trump. She is not out there an independent attorney general. She can't.
Let me just say this. This is interesting. It's always a visceral response to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me just say this, is that this is one of those times that we have to set politics aside for this type of stuff. What I can say about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and if I'm going to say nice things about Marjorie Taylor Greene, what I will say about her is, one, that she's a true believer. A lot of the stuff that she believes is crazy and nonsense, and a lot of it is harmful. A lot of it is racist. A lot of it is bigoted. What I will also say is that she is unafraid to say what she believes. And whatever you want to say about establishment Republicans, regular Republicans, MAGA Republicans, she has more courage than them. It is an extremely low bar for me right now to say, like, these are good Republicans. The bar literally is, will you stop lying about the Epstein files? And if you'll stop lying about the Epstein files, I will say, good job. You can have that applause. We can give you your kudos. That's how low the bar is, though, for Republicans now, for me at this point.
And just run out and do whatever she wants. She works at the pleasure and approval of the President of the United States. Everybody in the administration does. So does the FBI. They're under the very same pleasure and approval of the President of the United States. So when everyone's getting mad at Pam Bondi, or you can name anybody you want. The man at the top is Donald Trump. He's the president.
And he's the one
That's a good point too, Lewis. And this message isn't for us; it's for her followers.
that was completely against releasing the files when we started fighting to get them released. He's the one that called it a Democrat hoax. He's the one.
Why are all the people that are resigning liberals? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
That, you know, he invites everybody to the White House, but he will not invite these women that have defended him, by the way. They have defended him and said, Donald.
I appreciate that real life. Like, who said that? Damn, dude. Like, everyone in there is a Democrat or major donor, including Jeff. And here we are covering it. So you're the one saying don't release it. I'm the one covering it. I've covered Bezos. I've covered Reid Hoffman already. I've covered Noam Chomsky. I've covered Dershowitz. Yep. Being a sick fuck doesn't force you into one party or the other. Again, the criticism here is the cover-up. The criticism is the cover-up. And you can say whatever the fuck you want about currently, right now, it's Republicans who are covering it up. And I know that your response is going to be, what about before? Who the fuck? Like, why is that your response? Why won't you just admit that it's your folks that are covering it up right now? You're pathetic for doing that. There's real victims here, and you want to play politics. It's a cover-up. It's the first time that they have been forced by law to release the files, and they're not doing it.
Trump did nothing wrong. They have defended him, yet he doesn't bring them in the White House and support them. But what you're seeing is if it looks like a duck, and if it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it's a duck.
I'm not being hypocritical. You're fucking stupid. That's the problem. I'm actually covering this from all angles. There's nothing hypocritical about anything I've said. You just love Trump, and this is painful for you, and I get it. But toughen the fuck up.
It might be a Lutnick. Or it might be a Lutnick duck.
There we go. Done with her. Moving on here. This is a confidential human source, and this gets to a lot of what we were talking about yesterday. This is kind of hard to see, and I apologize. But this is from September 16th of 2020 here. It is captioned CHS, which is a confidential human source here. And what it says is, Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner, Jared Kushner were both his students. Dershowitz told the confidential human source that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. The confidential human source still continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz, see previous reporting. And then here, about Epstein, Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. CHS remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, which is spelled wrong there, U.S. Attorney General or U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida, that Epstein belonged to both the U.S. and allied intelligence services. The confidential human source shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which he or she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. Now, that's been confirmed and established. They were great friends. We know that that's a fact. And trained as a spy under them. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Probably right about that. And then here's the connection that we were talking about yesterday, now confirmed by the FBI's confidential human source. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of the human sources who presumably worked for blank asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. If you want to go back and watch what we talked about yesterday, the connection between the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Israel, and how Jeffrey Epstein was able to facilitate these communications and these connections between foreign entities. Like, why? Why would a private citizen have that ability to communicate in this way? Here is Dershowitz now in response, obviously just going to attack the women. And this is probably going to resonate for MAGA because you guys are kind of used to this now. You have decided that because you have your little patriarchal party and you elected a convicted felon, somebody who was found liable for sexual assault and has been credibly accused of sexual assault a million times. You just don't believe women anymore. So now when women speak up, you just smear them. Here's Dershowitz doing that exact thing now.
Credibility. This is the worst form of...
Dude was a fraud and a huckster. He had no real power. Well, you obviously haven't read the files. He's one of the... Jeffrey Epstein was one of the most powerful people in the world.
McCarthyism. Why are we tolerating this? Why are we allowing accusations without the names of the accusers? For example, in my case, it's an adult woman. We don't know whether she's a victim. We don't know whether she's a perpetrator. We don't know whether she's a co-conspirator. Why do you hide her name and produce the name of the people who are accused? That's
Shout out Newsmax for allowing this to happen.
guilt by accusation. That's guilt by association. It's McCarthyism. It's wrong. It's unconstitutional. It has to stop. And the media is playing a role in this. Politicians are playing a role in this. Epstein will never
Let
be
me jump in
remembered
for a
for who
second.
he is.
Yeah, Clouded, you're wrong. And you can just watch the rest of the show and shut the fuck up. He was able to get a meeting with any world leader that he wanted to. Jeffrey Epstein was more powerful than any member of Congress. He literally had every world leader on speed dial. He could talk to any president. He could talk to any wealthy businessman. He could get to Putin. He could get to Netanyahu. He was best buds with Ehud Barak. He could get the president of Egypt on the phone. He could get the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. He could get the crown prince of virtually anywhere. He was one of the most powerful people on earth. Go read the fucking files.
Will be remembered for inciting McCarthyism that infects America now.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be remembered for. Dershowitz is freaking the fuck out because he's also accused. So Dershowitz naturally is saying, release all the names of the women. Let's smear the women. The women in the Epstein files, many of them who have died by alleged self-unaliving, who then the coroner said these were not self-unalivings. Women have lost their lives for this. Epstein threatened all their families, and Dershowitz is saying this isn't fair. We should expose all of their identities. Yeah, that's fucking brilliant. I have not asked anybody in the chat to be respectful, all Malon, not one person. I've asked you to stay on topic. You are allowed to insult me as much as you want. I could give a fuck about that. Toughen up, you little bitch. See? And you can call me a little bitch back and we'll be fine. Let's go here. Remember this? Very underreported here. This was a memo that the FBI put out on July 7th. Now, the FBI is currently saying that there's no videos. We don't have CSAM. This was them on July 7th, before we had a law. The files relating to Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material and other pornography. Teams of agents, analysts, attorneys, and privacy and civil liberties experts combed through the digital and documentary evidence with the aim of providing as much information as possible to the public while simultaneously protecting victims. Much of the material is subject to court-ordered sealing. Only a fraction of this material would have been aired publicly had Epstein gone to trial, as the seal served only to protect victims and did not expose any individual third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of these materials and will not permit the release of these videos. But now they're saying that those videos didn't exist. Why are they doing that? This was included in a lawsuit in Palm Beach. This was included in, is this the right one? Actually, let me go here first. I want to show this clip by Massey here. This is proof of cover-up here. Thomas Massey proving cover-up. They covered for Les Wexner. Now, the DOJ is saying that, well, Les Wexner's in those files. His name's in there, so we didn't cover for him, except for what this is, and it'll get to the next one. This is a list of people who are a list of co-conspirators. And on the list of co-conspirators, suddenly Les Wexner's name was blacked out.
Says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO?
that you're referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found it. That's a problem. And I'm glad they've admitted they made a mistake by redacting that.
So you're saying it was redacted when you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted it?
Correct. Now he's got 4 other names he needs to unredact. Did he respond to that? There's a list of 20 people. And there's 4 men in there that need to be unredacted. Here's another troubling thing that I found.
Can you say who those 4 men are tonight?
I don't think they're well known, and so if I did, it wouldn't matter, but I could probably say them on the floor of the House, but I'll give the DOJ.
And the reason he says that is because he's protected on the floor of the House from being sued with the speech and debate clause. And so naturally you would want to say that here. Les Wexner, I don't think he's worried about suing him because it's obvious.
A chance to do what they did in these 2 examples where I've discovered something and now they've responded. I want to give them a chance to respond and unredact those 4 names. But here's another problem, big problem that I discovered. There's big black screens of complete redactions. When you go in there and look on the computer, sometimes you lift off the black ink and there's white ink redacting files. And so when we asked the people in the room who weren't responsible for the redactions, they said, oh, we think those are how the files were given to us.
So the files came redacted, and then they redacted on top of them, which means the FBI, long before they released these files, and this is going to go back decades. This isn't just going to be Trump administration FBI. This is going to be the Biden administration FBI. This is going to be the Obama era FBI. And yeah, just those ones. So the FBI for decades has been redacting this information about Jeffrey Epstein. They've been protecting Jeffrey Epstein for decades. This is not just a Trump cover-up. But this is where, like, I wish you guys would just be honest. Is it true that Biden could have released the files? Yes. He had basically the last year of his presidency where he could have released the files. He could have declassified and released them. I think the end, it was like the beginning of 2023 or end of 2022 when Ghislaine Maxwell's trials were all locked up or were all finished up. And so he could have released the files, and he should have. And Merrick Garland should have done it. If I had to guess, to be honest, my guess is that Merrick Garland probably didn't talk to Biden about that. If he did, you could include Biden in the cover-up. But my guess is that they saw national security as a bigger issue than Jeffrey Epstein and these people. And that has been the case when you look through these files. What's perhaps most devastating and is completely apolitical is that regardless of who the administration was, the FBI repeatedly covered for Jeffrey Epstein. They stepped in his first case in 2007 and gave him a sweetheart deal. They've been covering for him. Our own intelligence across Republican and Democrat administrations have been covering for Epstein. Now, did members of Congress know this? Almost certainly they did not know this. Did the presidents know this? I don't know. I really don't. And I don't think that there's anything in the files that makes me believe that the president did know about that. We know historically that you can go back to specifically go look at the Bush administration. And after Bush left office and these files came out and the discussions came out he basically admitted, yeah, my own administration lied to me and they duped me. My own intelligence agencies were lying to me. My own vice president was lying to me. My own team was lying to me. They lie. The FBI has a lot of continuity. Same with the CIA. Generally speaking, a new president comes in and nothing really changes at the FBI or the CIA. You can tell, like, Comey stayed on with Trump from Obama. These people largely stay in place. You're not really getting rid of these people that often. And so the FBI and the CIA specifically have not really been political people. But they do protect themselves, and they believe that national security is really important, and they do that to a fault. We know that about them. We know that they did that with Snowden. There's time after time. Iran-Contra. They do this all the time. Even their lack of transparency on 9/11, their lack of transparency in getting us into wars over and over again. We found out yesterday with something I didn't know. I think it was I don't remember if it was the Saudis or the UAE. I think it was UAE that they gave like $4 billion to fund Desert Storm. I had no idea. That was news to me. And so it is true that this cover-up has been going on long before Trump. That is absolutely true. And whatever amount of blame you want to give to Biden or Obama or even Trump in his first term, they all deserve the same amount of blame for not doing anything about this while they were president. But the difference now is that we all know about it, and we didn't know about it before. Some people had a hunch. Some people dug into this and knew more about Epstein than the rest of us, myself included. I didn't know a lot about it. But what's got everybody's attention is the first time ever there is a law in place that requires the president and his DOJ to release this information, and they're not doing it. So yes, you can blame everybody before, but none of them can you blame in this same way, because this is the only time it was forced by law. And this is the only time where the American public was demanding it with this type of force. And that's what's so alarming about, number one, the depravity of not releasing this, and two, watching some of you in a very historic moment where like what's right and what's wrong as far as like transparency could not be more clear. Of course you should release the files, and of course it shouldn't matter what party anybody in these files are a member of. Of course you should get powerful men and release their names. It is black and white. We all know that that's true. So that's why it's alarming. And I understand that, like, we were on TikTok the other night debating, and I got really, to be honest, I got really frustrated. And I got frustrated with the people on my side of the aisle and the people on your side of the aisle, because I was trying to get into the details of what is actually in these files. And all they wanted to do was be like, why didn't Biden do it? Why isn't Trump doing it? Well, Trump's in the files. Biden's not in the files. Who the fuck cares? Honestly, why the fuck does anybody care about that? There is no use in going back and relitigating whose fault it is. We're here now. Republicans and Democrat presidents didn't release the files. Now there's a law that says you have to, and this president, doesn't matter that he's a Republican, is not releasing them. And we've seen Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene so far saying that is directly at the request of Donald Trump. He is directing Pam Bondi not to fucking do this. And if you don't believe me, like, look, where has she been? Who is the one speaking for the Department of Justice? Legitimately Trump's personal lawyer, who he brought with him into the Department of Justice. You have to understand why this is so clear. They are clearly running cover. They're clearly redacting shit that they shouldn't, because Donald Trump is a terrifying person to turn against. If you're a Republican, your incentive is to stay on Trump's good side, or you're fucked. And they all know that they're fucked if they don't stay on his good side. So in order to get people to turn on Donald Trump, you know what he's doing is extremely fucked. And for you in the chat now that you've heard all of that, I hope you at least recognize that we are being fair here. We are being very fair. Every administration deserves some criticism. Only this administration deserves this specific criticism because they're the only ones who this happened to. And I need you guys to address that internally and wake the fuck up and join us and say, I don't want to live in a country where the government hides shit from us like this. And so I'm open to the idea that the person I voted for fucking lied, that the person I voted for is actually covering for pedophiles. And until you guys are willing to accept that may be reality, we're going to be stuck here. You have to accept that that's a reality. And on our side, we also have to accept that, like, if something comes up about whatever politician you love, I'd say Obama's probably our most beloved politician on this side of the aisle. And I hope that you guys are the same way. I hope that if Obama showed up in here, that there wouldn't be any of you going, well, what about Trump? Why are you talking about Obama? Trump's in there more. Because I will talk about Obama. Again, we haven't really talked about Trump that much as far as the files. The entire show yesterday was about Steve Bannon and Epstein, and most of the stuff today isn't going to be about Trump either. My criticism mostly of Trump so far has been that he is blocking the release of these files. All right. Is this the right one? I might have put the wrong link here. This is a list, though, that was in, this is a list that was in court. And the original of this, everything was blacked out. Almost everything was blacked out here except for a couple of names. But this victim said, along with this name, if we go to Trump, where is it? The victim was basically asked, like, give us a list of everybody who knew about what Epstein was doing and the extent of their knowledge of his crimes. Let's find where Trump is here. You can see here, a lot of people. It's not just about, oh, there it is. What the victim said is that Trump had knowledge of the finances and the defendant's sexual desire for minor girls. I think that's unequivocal. I think we certainly have the facts to back that up. Trump's own statements back that up. It's very clear. And in fact, I'm going to show you another Trump statement that we were unaware of, or I was unaware of, that confirms that Trump knew this. The FBI, however, and this is the report, Tex reached out to Jen and is like, you guys are fucked. The FBI has come out in one of the most transparently evil things I've ever seen our FBI do. And they said, they poured over the Epstein's bank records and emails. It searched its homes. It spent years interviewing his victims and examining his connections to some of the world's most influential people. This is according to the AP, who is citing the FBI here. These are all just the FBI's spokespeople. But while investigators collected ample proof that Epstein sexually abused underage girls, they found scant evidence the well-connected financier led a sex trafficking ring serving powerful men. An Associated Press review of internal Justice Department records shows videos and photos seized from his home in New York, Florida, and Virgin Islands. Notice not New Mexico, because for some reason we've never searched his New Mexico home. Depict victims being abused, or didn't depict victims being abused or implicate anyone else in his crimes, a prosecutor wrote in one 2025 memo. An examination of Epstein's financial records, including payments he made to entities linked to influential figures in academia, finance, and global diplomacy, found no connection to criminal activity, said another internal memo in 2019. This is directly refuted by the Epstein files. It's directly refuted by what I just showed you. We go back to this list, directly refutes it. All of these people knew. Look how many people there are here. You tell me Prince Andrew didn't work with Epstein to procure girls? Of course he did. We know that for a fact. This is one of the most alarmingly stupid lies I've ever seen. Why would the FBI come out today and lie like this? There is overwhelming evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls to other people. It's what he was going to jail for. It's what Ghislaine Maxwell was sent to prison for. This is a bizarre, terrifying lie. Joel said, keep up the great work. Thank you. Rory said, thank you. I missed these two. Rosa and Marianne, thank you very much. Oddball said 2016, but her emails 2016, but her emails 2026. Emails don't prove anything. Come a long way from but her emails. Becca Wow says, why did the turkey cross the road? Because he's no chicken. Unlike MAGA. Jen said, I always wish I could do more. You guys work so hard, and these are stressful times. Sincerely appreciate you both. Thank you. It is stressful times, but I appreciate you guys being here. Mark said, thank you, and Jen, so much for what you do. Thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Let me go here, adjust this. What do we have? An hour and 15 minutes left. Once again, guys, we are crowd-funded, so anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal in the remaining hour and 15 minutes would be greatly appreciated. That's how we keep the lights on every day, and you never let us down, so I appreciate that. Shit, what did I just do? How did I make that go away? There we go. All right. Thanks to what Massey did yesterday, where they went in and they basically they forced the FBI to show members of Congress behind closed doors unredacted versions of the redacted stuff that has been put out. And we know for a fact now that when Kash Patel said this, he lied under oath.
There's no credible information.
What's up, Blazewood? Welcome.
If there were, I would bring the case yesterday. that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one
For the information that we have
in the files.
in the case file.
Okay.
There's no credible information.
That is not true. It's unequivocally not true. He might be able to say, like, I haven't been able to prove it, but in the files, there is a lot of information saying he's trafficking. So I don't know where he came up with that. Here is Republican representative, I always want to say Darla, but I forget, Anna Paulina Luna. See what she has to say. Does she think that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were trafficking?
Congresswoman, real quick, you said that you do not support at all Ghislaine Maxwell getting any clemency for her testimony. And why is it important for her to be held accountable?
Well, because according to the files that we all saw, she was engaged in the trafficking and also rape of young women and potentially children. I don't think that she deserves any special treatment. She's a monster.
And are you going to... Congresswoman, real
Part of that, and we'll get to that in a minute, is that Ghislaine Maxwell came and testified and pled the fifth on everything and said she's willing to be honest if she is granted clemency. And Donald Trump has not ruled that out. Why? Like, just think about that for a second. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for lying and trafficking, and trafficking and raping young women and children. And she lied throughout her entire court cases. You can't give somebody like that clemency. She's shown time and time again that she will lie. We can't trust her word. And yet, there are Republicans that are trying to get that message to Donald Trump. We'll get there in a second. Here is a shocker. Cynthia Loomis, who has been one of Donald Trump's greatest supporters from Wyoming and somebody who loves crypto, who refuses to ever turn against Trump, said this.
I've not been one of the members who has glommed onto this as an issue. I've sort of intentionally deferred to others to find out about it. But 9-year-old victims of that's...
all over the world, Moscow was just saying too, it was sort of like a real global network that they're now getting to see on these 4 terminals they have outside.
Wow. Well, initially my reaction to all this was, I don't care, I don't know what the big deal is. But now I see what the big deal is, and it was worth investigating, and the members of Congress that have been pushing this were not wrong. So that's really my only reaction.
She sounds like all of you in the chat. The difference between her and you is that yesterday she got access to see these files. She had access to see those files for about an hour. And after an hour, she changed her mind. Now she says all these people were telling the truth. Ro Khanna, Thomas Massey. Now they were telling the truth. The only difference between you and her is that she was exposed to information. But before that, she ignored it just like you did, and she just brushed off every accusation as a Trump derangement syndrome. You could not get a bigger supporter of Donald Trump than Cynthia Loomis. And 1 hour with a computer and seeing unredacted files, and she's like, oh, never mind. Never mind. Here's Representative Stansbury, and now we're going to get more details because obviously Republicans are pretty short on details right now. But here's Representative Stansbury.
A lot of questions for Ms. Maxwell with regards to what actually happened in Epstein's affairs, who was directly involved in the sex trafficking, money laundering, and influence.
Sorry, real quick. Patrick, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Rhonda, thank you. Appreciate that. I think Jen must be on her guilt trip shit right now. So thank you guys so much. I got Rosa there. Sydney Bearquist said, new on your chat. Appreciate your integrity. Thanks, Sydney. Welcome. I saw a lot of people are new. If you're just getting here today, we do this every day, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, usually a little longer, Monday through Friday. So Make sure that you're subscribed and turn on your notifications. You'll catch us every time we're live. Axe said, running short. Thanks, RTP and Jen, per usual. Joel said, keep up the great work. Rory said, thanks. Appreciate you guys.
Peddling scheme that she and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in, how Donald Trump was involved, and whether or not he committed any crimes himself, as did his many associates who are named in the Department of Justice files. Let us be clear that Donald Trump is not only named thousands of times in the latest release from the Department of Justice, he is named over 38,000 times in the files that were released 2 weeks ago alone. And we know that that only represents half of the files.
And if you watch Fox News or Newsmax or OAN, they literally are saying, and like honestly saying, Trump is not in those files 38,000 times. And somehow right-wing media feels comfortable going out and telling you he's not in them. It's a obvious lie. But that we talked about this last week, but like that's the destruction that we've had, like the attacks on the media where people distrust the media so much that they won't even listen to somebody if they're on the opposite side of the aisle. This is what it creates. It creates echo chambers where obviously true things don't get through.
That the Department of Justice has in its possession, including files that were used for direct investigations of perpetrators, people who committed crimes, people who were co-conspirators in those crimes, and individuals who knew of those crimes. We know that there are multiple administration officials, including Howard Lutnick, Elon Musk, who served as the appointee for the DOJ efforts in the White House. We know that the Secretary of Navy. We know that Steve Bannon. We know that there are more than 36 associates, family members, and individuals directly associated with Donald Trump named in those files. Now, there are now at least 9 or 10
Thanks, Jeffrey.
other countries across the world that have opened investigations or forced their leaders to step down because of their mere association with Jeffrey Epstein. And the United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the
Peter Mandelson, if you guys are unaware, is a UK politician, and he's in the Epstein files. And in the Epstein files, he is simply accused of passing information to Jeffrey Epstein. Not simply, but that's a real thing. Multiple members of this administration, and Steve Bannon specifically, are also accused of passing information to Jeffrey Epstein, and we have done nothing about any of those people. This morning in the UK, Peter Mandelson's apartment was raided. Everybody else in the world is taking this seriously. We're not, because it's this administration who is implicated.
United States, and Donald Trump is right at the center of it. And the person who is living to provide the evidence, who knows what is going on, is trying to invoke the Fifth to buy her clemency. So let's be clear on what we saw here today. This was an effort to essentially try to secure her pardon by keeping her mouth shut. And we will not allow this silence to stand.
Give Demar Dumb another 5-minute mute for lying and misinformation consistently. I'm tired of you, but stick around and you'll find out that what you just said is untrue. So thank you for showing up and running cover for the pedophiles. It must feel good to run cover for pedophiles every single day. Melanie Stansbury referenced this later, but Donald Trump's not in these meetings, right? These were members of Congress, and Ghislaine Maxwell is pushing for clemency, and she wants that message to get across. And Andy Biggs, who is also accused of some pretty horrific things by Sasha Riley, and who is Donald Trump's biggest ass licker. This is my congressman, so I can just, I do have a bias against him. I think he is a pathetically cucky little bitch. He gets no legislation. He's never passed like a significant piece of legislation in all the years that he's been in Congress. All he does is plays like these petty social games. He's running for governor in Arizona. His platform is, I was endorsed by Donald Trump. Like, this is the cuckiest of the cuck. And he was more than happy to get this information to Donald Trump. Here's Andy Biggs straight out of that meeting.
Arizona's 5th Congressional District, just walking back from our very, very short deposition with Ghislaine Maxwell. And the reality.
I'm sorry, real quick. Helenia, thank you for the donation, as well as Tim. Thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Brent said, did Dershowitz say he kept his underwear on during his Epstein massage? Yeah, fuck those fucking fuckers. Agreed.
She did take the fifth, and her attorney, that however spoke, and said a couple of things that I think are of interest. Number one, to the public. Number one, that she's pursuing a writ of habeas corpus for new trial.
That's been denied. Andy Biggs is a lawyer and a member of Congress. Her habeas corpus appeal has been denied. I don't know why why is he running cover for her? He should know. He's an attorney.
And for that reason, she was going to take the fifth.
Yeah, Tate. The Supreme Court denied it.
Number two, she is requesting clemency from the White House in order to make her statements. But as far as I can tell, there's not been an offer of proof. And that's normally what we would want to see is what is she going to testify to and what's the likelihood of her being truthful or what's her veracity.
Or this is a message to Donald Trump saying we can negotiate with her. We can get a list of what she's going to say and then decide if we're giving her clemency. That's fucking sick what Andy Biggs is doing right now. Exactly. She's demonstrating her testimonies for sale, and Andy Biggs is the messenger. Hey, Donald. She wants clemency, but just remember what you would normally need is you would need a list of all the things that she's willing to say before you give her clemency. Do you think if there's something on that list against Donald Trump that she would get clemency? Donald Trump's accused. In what scenario would somebody get clemency that can only be granted by the person that is accused of the crime? That's why I fucking hate this man with a passion. Shout out Mormons, by the way. As an ex-Mormon here, this is a Mormon. I fucking hate this scumbag fucking piece of shit. He does not care about people who are being abused. He's delivering a message to Trump that, hey, her testimony's for sale, bro. We can all get out of this.
The third thing, which I thought was particularly interesting, was when her attorney said that Ms. Maxwell, were she to testify, would testify that there was no wrongdoing on the part of President Trump or President Clinton.
That's the part that was interesting. She won't testify. She refuses to testify about anything except for one thing. That Trump didn't do anything wrong. And all she needs in exchange for that is clemency. You have to be the dumbest motherfucker to not see this for what it is.
So that's the upshot of this very short deposition we had. She was in custody in a federal facility, and we had probably 10 members of Congress, I think, from both the Republican and the Democrat side there present. So I'll keep you posted as we continue this investigation.
That is a sick, sick fuck. Fuck Andy Biggs forever. Somebody said swearing's not helping. That's not true. It makes me feel a lot better. I feel a lot better when I swear. So might not help you, but it does help me. And now to another lie told by the Trump administration. Here is, this is Representative Becca Balint from Vermont and what she saw. Now she was only there for about 30 minutes, but here's something she saw, and then I'll show you what she saw.
So mostly today I was just trying to go through a couple documents that was particularly interested in finding out.
What were those?
One was related to whether or not Trump, had ever kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, as he claimed.
What'd you find?
that is not. It's not true.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
All right, I'm going to
So-
show you 3 different people testifying to this directly coming out of the meeting. So the first, it was Becca, what did I say, Balint, and then you have Jamie Raskin explaining in a little more detail. And just so you know, Republicans, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna throw you a fucking bone right now. Before you smear Jamie Raskin because you hate him, before you call all of them liars, I just want you to know that I've got the document and they're not lying. So before you look fucking stupid calling people liars because you just don't like them, hold off. I'll show you the evidence.
2009 investigation. And Epstein's lawyers synopsized and quoted Trump as saying that that Jeffrey Epstein was not a member of his club at Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and he had never been asked to leave. And that was redacted for some indeterminate, inscrutable reason.
The FBI redacted testimony from the attorneys saying, never a member, never asked to leave. Why did they redact that? Why would you redact? Give me one, Mag, give me an explanation for that. Why would they redact that?
I know it seems to be at odds with some things that President Trump has been saying recently about how he had kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club or asked him to leave, and this was at least one report.
Al-Malian, welcome. I know you're new here. Here's one thing we don't do. I don't really tolerate here. Both sides, none of this both sides shit. I'm not being fucking partisan. I'm covering the Epstein files. I'm covering what's happening. You are being partisan. Do not ask us to play both sides. Do not talk about partisanship. We're talking now simply about the files. Both sidesism is cowardly. Do not be cowardly. There is no other side that could have owned Mar-a-Lago and kicked him out. There's nobody else. There's no other president that could have kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of their private club. He's the only one that had one. What you're feeling right now is, I'm guessing, that you lean conservative, and you're feeling that there's a lot of heat on Trump right now, and there should be, and you're saying it's both sides, but it's not. There's only one person that could have done this, and we're just addressing that. If you'd like me to cover other specific claims about Democrats, I'm happy to do that. I do it all the time. But we're not doing like this whataboutism both sides shit. That's cowardly.
That appears to contradict it.
All right. So there's 2 people now that have said that. And now here is the third. This is Representative Walkinshaw with a little more detail.
The 90 minutes that I spent reviewing redactions, I saw a lot of redactions that I couldn't explain.
That's a good question. Did people act like this during Watergate, Edna? Yes. Yes, they absolutely did. The people around Nixon said all of it was fake news. They blamed the media. They blamed Woodward and Bernstein. They blamed Jack Anderson. They accused people of being traitorous leakers, those that were Deep Throat, who was leaking to Bernstein and Woodward. Nixon called them traitors, said that they were committing treason. They literally called it fake news. They called it, I don't remember if it was liberal, but like Democrat media lying. They did this exact thing. This is the exact playbook. And exactly what's happening now happened then. People didn't let it go. And Nixon and his administration kept getting caught telling small lies. And those small lies slowly eroded public trust to the point that once they found out that there were recordings, it was over. All of his support eroded. And I really do believe that yesterday and this morning were a watershed moment, because multiple Republicans have come out on the record to say, this is real, and the FBI is covering it up. Multiple. I do think yesterday was a watershed moment. I've said this yesterday, I'll say it again today. I do not think Donald Trump makes it through this presidency.
At least not in a way that's consistent with the law, and this is one of them. This email details Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys describing a conversation they had with Donald Trump in 2009. In lieu of a formal deposition, they had a phone conversation with Donald Trump. And in this email where they're recounting...
I want to do this real quick. Who was that? Somebody said, I'll get this to you. Captain, both sides of this is you want the one who abused a woman and children held accountable, or you're okay with child abuse. Are you saying like we're okay with child abuse? I'll look for your response.
That conversation, they describe Trump conceding that Jeffrey Epstein was never, quote, kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, as Trump has claimed, even relatively recently, that Epstein was not a member of Mar-a-Lago. He was a guest. He was never kicked out. Trump was asked if he had been on Epstein's planes, and he gave kind of a non-denial denial, and he said, well, I've been on a lot of planes. We now know the truth is Trump was on Epstein's
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. Okay.
planes many times in that time period. So it describes, according to Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys at the time, Donald Trump, in my view, not being fully transparent and honest in that conversation back in 2009. I don't understand why that would be redacted. There were no mention of the names of any survivors or any victims in that particular email or that file.
I've already addressed that, Rib Tip. Stop asking about the previous administrations. I've already addressed that clearly, that they have some responsibility too. If that wasn't an acceptable answer for you, then I don't think anything will be. Remember Mike Johnson said this. Mike Johnson went ahead and lied for Donald Trump. And the reason I'm showing this is because I just want to show like how prevalent and how easy it's been for Donald Trump to filter his own lies through this party. And Mike Johnson had no problem. Without seeing any documents, he just is willing to say stuff for Donald Trump.
And he's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has...
So now we know he didn't kick him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was never a member of Mar-a-Lago, and Trump was never an FBI informant. And again, Republicans, before you get upset and call me a liar and call everybody else a liar, I'll show you the proof in a second.
Great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
Yeah. And what was your evidence again, Mike? Oh, the president said that. Gotcha. All right. MAGA is actually pushing this, and I'm actually shocked that they're using this. Krasenstein put this up. But this document now is what they are using to pretend that Donald Trump blew the whistle on Epstein and called Maxwell evil. This is an interview from 2019. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil, and to focus on her. Weird that he said focus on Maxwell and not Epstein. Trump told blank that he was, or maybe this was after Epstein died, actually. I think this might be after, so I take that back. Trump told blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were president, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made all his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns, was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen, and you didn't want to know how. None of the victims that Palm Beach police spoke to said they had sexual contact with other men other than Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. Blank had one time went out screaming. Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach, and he had no protection while he was there. Now, did Prince Andrew abuse children? Yeah. So is he innocent in the same way that Trump would be innocent because none of these people said that they had sex with anybody besides Epstein? Certainly not. Blank has done interviews in the past with people and victims thought that Palm Beach PD was paid off by Epstein, which was why Blank went and did these interviews. He felt he needed to defend Palm Beach police. An interior designer told the police that rooms in the Virgin Islands had been decorated for teenage girls. Blank contacted the Virgin Island Police Department, but they were not helpful. In the end, when Epstein had turned himself into plea to the misdemeanor, Blank was not notified and found out from the newspaper. So let's talk about this claim here. Trump this is somebody else saying Trump said that Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She's evil and to focus on her. Does this prove what Mike Johnson said? That Trump is an FBI informant or that he kicked Epstein out of his club. No. Everybody who is in the files has said this exact thing, that Epstein is evil. Even the ones that got caught lying. Prince Andrew has said that about Epstein. Reid Hoffman has said that about Epstein. Bill Gates has said that about Epstein. Everybody in the files, once Epstein got caught, all said the same thing, that he was evil. Remember, this is from 2019, this testimony. None of this proves that Trump was an FBI informant or that he kicked him out of his club. But let's look at other documents that MAGA is pointing to. They point to this story. It's an ABC News story, which it's now been like repurposed, but it was in the mid-2000s. A former Palm Beach police chief who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s, again, no name, which is weird, right? Weird that he wouldn't attach his name to this. Told the FBI that he had received a call from Donald Trump at the time to say, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." He didn't rat him out. Once Epstein got caught, Trump called the police and said, "Good job. We all knew about this." We've been saying for years about Donald Trump that he knew who Epstein was and what he did. We've used the quote where he said, "I love Jeff, terrific guy. I've known him for 15 years. He likes beautiful women on the younger side." This is Donald Trump acknowledging to a member of the police department that he knew what Epstein was doing. Remember, what Epstein was caught for here was having sex with underage girls. Trump didn't call the FBI. Trump didn't do anything. He waited until Epstein got caught and then made a phone call, allegedly. But this is what MAGA is using to say that Trump was an FBI informant or that he worked with the police. Seems to me that Trump knew all along, at least if you trust Trump. See here, Trump's repeatedly denied any knowledge of Epstein's crime and has said that he cut off contact with his former friend more than 20 years ago. Claimed that he booted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after discovering he was poaching employees from the club's spa. Oh, we do have the name. Okay, I apologize. The police chief's name, Michael Ryder, is redacted from the document on the DOJ website, but the information in the FBI statement tracks with previously public information about Ryder's role in the investigation that began in 2005. The information about Trump's alleged call makes up just a small part of a 4-page FBI report summarizing testimony. Donald Trump told Ryder that he threw Epstein out of his club. Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department to tell him, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." So it's just, the source is Trump. And then when they look at these files, what multiple people now have said, both Republican and Democrat, is when they went in and they got the unredacted files, it shows that Epstein was not a member at Mar-a-Lago, that he was not booted from the club. Somebody said, listen to the Sasha Riley tapes. You'll figure out what a freak he was. True. In the Epstein files, again, long before Donald Trump was seen as adversarial, Jeffrey Epstein said that Donald Trump was the sickest fuck he knew, which is saying something. He said he was the most evil among all of them. Sasha Riley says the same thing. Here is Jasmine Crockett. Well, I might skip that. I've got 45 minutes. I'm going to skip that because I think we've explained it. Here is another part that's in the Epstein files. And once again, I just like, now that we know how often Trump is lying about what's in these files and lying about his connections, I think it's safe to say we don't have to believe him anymore. Here from a court case where, by the way, this is a 14-year-old girl, and this specific victim was found credible enough to be part of the reason that Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of transporting with intent to engage in sexual activity. She was found credible as a witness, and she was one of the key witnesses in getting Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced to prison. So this is not an allegation that was found to be not credible. While these visits made Doe extremely uncomfortable, Epstein and Maxwell made her feel she could not refuse them. During this time, Epstein started to pay for voice lessons with Doe and insisted Doe could not advance her career in any way without him. When Doe expressed hesitation about spending time with Epstein and Maxwell or acquiescing to their desires, Epstein and Maxwell would threaten Doe and scold her for being ungrateful. We know that this is kind of their process. They bring in young girls, they give them money, they sexually abuse them, and then they act like everything's cool, and then they pay their bills. They help them pay for college, voice lessons, modeling, acting, all that stuff. During one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing 14-year-old Doe to Donald Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. This goes along with Donald Trump's testimony that everybody knew what Epstein was doing. This perfectly goes along with that narrative of Trump's own testimony that, of course, we all knew what was going on. Of course, we all knew what Epstein was doing. Thank God you finally got him. Even if Trump was not in any of these files abusing people, he was an enabler of Jeffrey Epstein, and that is disqualifying for him to hold any office. Enabling somebody to abuse children, laughing about it, should disqualify him. Apparently not for MAGA. Let me check this real quick. Alyssa, thank you. Oh, I think I read that. Alyssa, thank you very much. David said, I think it's time we extradite Ghislaine Maxwell to another country to have her tried and imprisoned. Our courts can't be trusted. True. Or just send her to CCOT. Go with that. We don't have a problem sending people to CCOT normally. Let me update this. There we are. All right. About 40 minutes left. We're good. We're going to be able to get through this. What's up?
I was just thinking, if we hit a Dollar Tree, we could probably blow out the Skiffle. If you guys want to blow out our TP, the pay links or super chats to help us do that, that would be fantastic because we got 45 minutes left. So and if you haven't subscribed, please do that too.
Thanks. Tyrell Jackson says he wasn't enabling. What are you on, dude? Do you know what enabling means? Why is he letting if he knows that this guy is abusing young girls, what is he doing letting Jeffrey and young girls come to his club? Why is he sending his own massage therapists to Jeffrey Epstein's house? Why is he allowing outpatient services to Jeffrey Epstein's house? That is, by definition, that is enabling. Why is he hosting parties with Jeffrey Epstein? Why is he hosting modeling parties with Jeffrey Epstein? Why is he traveling on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? If he knew all of this, like Donald Trump claims, then why the fuck is he running around with him if he's not enabling him? Of course he's enabling him. Guys, it's irrefutable at this point. You're fucked. Like, Trump is fucked. The MAGA movement is over. Everybody's going to figure this out. People already are figuring it out. Don't be the last one on the dumb shit train. Don't be the last dumb motherfucker still like, I believe in him. I think this is all going to turn out for the best. Don't do it. I understand that this is a hard pill to swallow for a lot of you, but it's not you can't really argue it anymore. They're covering it up. Donald Trump's been caught lying about everything. He's admitting there that he knew what Epstein was doing, and at the same time he's saying that I knew this. He's letting Epstein in his club. He's joking with 14-year-old girls. He's holding modeling calendar girl events with underage girls, and he's inviting Jeffrey Epstein also to be a judge. Like, at this point, there's nothing I can say to you except for stay the fuck away from children. Nobody should ever trust you around their children ever again. In fact, we'll just show you here. Like, you tell me, now knowing about Donald Trump, now knowing that Donald Trump has abused young girls, you tell me if you're not weirded out by this. This is in 1991.
The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9" reading? Serious, huh? We made measure again tonight before the game.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Amy.
The concentration was intense inside the judging room.
What if they don't like you as you are?
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable something extra that makes a top model.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back 1 second?
Sorry for the audio.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. Good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
When it came time to choose the 21 finalists, emotions ran high as each judge expressed his or her opinion.
Grown men judging young girls. And this was the Look of the Year modeling competition. Girls as young as 14. In 2020, The Guardian had a series of investigations looking into this Look of the Year competition, and they uncovered multiple allegations of former contestants saying that this competition was used by its founder, John Casablancas, to engage in sexual relationships with vulnerable young models, some of whom were underage. And here's Donald Trump working with John Casablancas, judging girls as young as 14. Jesus Christ. Chris Scully, what the fuck? So RTP, you don't like or look at attractive women? No. Did this say, dude, I'm 40. I don't look at I don't look at 18-year-olds. I don't look at 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds. What are you doing? You sick fuck. What are you doing, man? You're willing to be that type of you're willing to be that fucking sick to defend Donald Trump? Did you think that was a good line you just dropped there? Yeah, right, dude. We all do this. No, the fuck we don't. That's an alarming self-report right there. Because we know the ages. It was 20 and under, and the youngest ages allowed were 14, Chris. There were 14-year-olds there. Jesus Christ, man. And if you can't tell, I don't know how old you are. I'm 40. I promise you all those girls look like they're 14 to me. I'm not I wouldn't be there. Dude, I would not be in that. You know how fucking uncomfortable I would be in that room? There is a 0% chance that even if those girls were 18 to 20, I still wouldn't be in that fucking room. I'm not going to sit there and judge women that are old enough to be or I guess I'm old enough to be their dad. That is a weird thing to do. Most human beings would never do this. This is fucking gross and fucking weird. It made me uncomfortable just watching it, not you. You're like, yeah, dude, what's wrong with this? Jesus Christ. And this is why we say, maybe you guys are the party of pedophiles because you don't seem to see anything wrong with this. Even if all of those girls were 18 and older, it's still wrong. It's still fucked up. Do you have any respect for women at all? Do you have any respect for power dynamics at all? These girls want to be models. They're young. They're impressionable. They see wealthy men. Of course, these men can coerce them into doing things. Even the ones that aren't underage. These are people that are 18, 19 years old thinking, hey, maybe if I fuck this guy, I'll get a modeling gig. That shouldn't exist. That's fucked. There's a fine line between legal and fucked. That's a fucked up scenario. You should not ever, 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 ever with a woman say, if you fuck me, you get this. That's something that's been ingrained into us as a patriarchy. Frankly, it's something that I've definitely had to get out of my own brain. I was raised in a cult, and one of the things that women were taught is that when you get married, you have sex with your husband. Whenever your husband wants, that's part of your job. You have children, and you keep your husband happy. You cook the meals, you look nice, and you have sex with your husband. And that was something that was ingrained to me. And frankly, that took a lot of time for me to undo that. Wait, nobody owes you their body. And if you're demanding that somebody give you their body in exchange for a good, like, you're doing something fucked up. And young people are willing to sometimes do that, but they're young, they're impressionable. They may not care at the time, but looking back, they care. This type of predatory behavior being defended by some of you is sick. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go back to Thomas Massey here. And let's get back to Kash Patel, because we've got real questions about Kash Patel. Remember, Kash Patel was going to release this on day one. He was going to uncover this all on day one and then never did it. And now he's still covering it up. Greg said, not sure how I was ever a Republican. The GOP is no longer recognizable. Yeah, I've grappled with that myself, Greg. What I can tell you is that what I can now recognize looking back is that there were a lot of people in the GOP that were comfortable with this and that it wasn't a deal breaker. But they never had a candidate. Like it was like John McCain, it was Mitt Romney, at least when I was a Republican, and George Bush. And so they didn't ever have to defend this. We never saw like the opportunity when they had to defend this. At least I didn't in my lifetime. And the first time they had an opportunity to shut this down, they're like, nah, it's no big deal.
They uncovered no credible information about Epstein trafficking underage girls to anyone besides himself. I want to play that moment of what he testified.
Let me also just say, I don't think I would have defended it to this level, but like my knee-jerk reaction would have been back then too, to be like, these girls knew what they were doing. That's part of learning and growing. And men, look, you're not women. You don't understand what it's like to be a woman. Don't be afraid to change your opinions on that. You can learn, you can grow, you learn new things. You have no idea. You have no idea what they go through. You'll never know. You've never gone through it. You'll have no experience. If you have an opinion on this, it's literally just you guessing. Don't be attached to your opinions on this stuff. Connor said, Captain here. Fuck. To clarify what I said earlier, there are two sides: people who want anybody and everybody who is mentioned in the files to be investigated and held accountable. Then there's people who don't care and are okay with the accusations of abuse. Got it. My bad on that one, dude. I think I read that from Mary. There's actually no comment there, but thank you, Mary. And Jessica said, my contribution to the blowing of RTP. That's nice to get paid for that. Kelly said, remember to keep your peace. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Freda said, thanks for all the info and fuck Andy Biggs. Jamie said, choo choo. Damien said, $2 train. Patrick said, dollar train is not statutory, but it is mandatory. Thank you, Josie. And I think I got that from Becca. Over here, Sally said, dollar train, choo choo. Leanne said, I'm not blowing you out, but here for a $5 train. Paula said, what did Jen say? Paula said, keep spreading the truth. Listen almost daily. Love the lives. Thank you, Paula. Christy says, for the blowing out. Jamar said, fuck anyone and everyone who covered for this shit, and fuck anyone and everyone who participated. Amen. I love that. Strong statements. Back to Massey.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
I'm asking you, in that stuff, there's nothing that's related to any other sex traffic, any other people engaged with Epstein in underage sex?
That's correct. To my knowledge, no.
Eric says those Wildcats aren't winning a natty. Love that. Thanks, Eric.
Given what you saw today, does that testimony ring true to you still?
No, the FBI's own documents from 2019 list Leslie Wexner as a co-conspirator in a child sex trafficking case. So, they've got some explaining to do.
Does that mean you think Kash Patel perjured himself?
I thought when he said that, maybe the trick he's using in his mind is that, well, he's considering it prostitution and maybe.
Yeah, the cover-up's unbelievable, but it's obvious now. You have to have your head in your ass to not see how obvious it is now.
What they have is evidence of sex trafficking of people who weren't minors. But what we see tonight is the charge that Lex Wexner was a co-conspirator to was child sex trafficking. And it's on the FBI's own documents from 2019.
So you're saying that should be investigated, basically?
Should absolutely be investigated. The other problem with what Kash Patel said there is we've got, I believe his name's Leon Black, is implicated in these files too, as somebody that, and these are the attorneys at DOJ and in the New York courts who were referencing a case on Black to the DOJ.
Leon Black is from Apollo Global Management. He's all over this.
They say that Epstein trafficked women to Leon Black.
Kash Patel lied. And he lied according to his own documents that he either didn't read or he had access to and lied. But he told you that he read the documents and that there was nothing in there. He lied. Or he's completely inept. Kyle said, can Navy vet on Twitch get a 10-minute shushies? Sure. Twitch mods, Navy vet, give him a 10-minute shushies or whatever you can. Appreciate that. Ann said, had to take a break for my sanity. I still watch, love, and appreciate you guys. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate your support. And I always highly recommend, if you're watching this and you feel like you can't take it anymore, leave for a little while. Take a couple days off. Take forever off if you want to. But don't let this destroy you too. Be as strong as you can. This is fucking sick. Here's more stuff we didn't know. Please remember that Jeffrey Epstein died in prison, allegedly by unaliving himself, and that was under the Trump administration. Here's what we know now. On March 12th, yada, 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 was interviewed by the United States Attorney, Task Force Officer, yada, 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 and gave the following details. This person started working for the Bureau of Federal Prisons in 2003 and worked in both New York and Indiana. Had some college education, was with the United States Marine Corps for 4 years, and had 10 years experience in electronics. In 2016, was put in charge of all the cameras at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. That's where Jeffrey Epstein's life ended. Blank advised that the cameras at the MCC were out of date. The recorders frequently went bad, and the cameras were all analog and not maintained properly. The camera system was over 20 years old. Sometimes the screen would be active, indicating that the camera was working. However, the video would not be recording. Keep in mind that the way that after this all rolled out, the Trump administration at the time said the cameras weren't working. We don't have any video of the night that Epstein died. Then his second term comes around, and suddenly we have the video. But mysteriously, there's 3 minutes missing. Then we get back those 3 minutes, which they said we would never get back, and we got them back. And we noticed that they were edited, that they cut the frame. And when the frame was expanded, there was suddenly this figure walking up the stairs in orange up to where Epstein was, where they said that nobody went up or down those stairs during that time. So the FBI and DOJ, under Trump specifically, have been caught lying about the cameras already. They've already been busted for that. Said it didn't exist, then it existed, but there were 3 minutes missing. We'll never have the 3 minutes. Then we got the 3 minutes back. Then they said, look, nobody ever goes up the stairs. Then we got the redacted version, and somebody definitely went up the stairs. They have lied multiple times about this. Why? Why would they lie? Keep going here. Blank advised that only one hard drive of the camera system was working at the time of the incident on August 10th, 2019. Also, just a reminder that the DOJ, for some reason, has a document announcing Epstein's death on August 9th, the day before he actually died. When a DVR went bad, none of the cameras recorded. There was a system failure of DVR2 on July 29th, and the motherboard failed on DVR2 on August 8th, 2019. The hard drive failure occurred on August 10th. Blank recalled that there was a body alarm around 6 a.m. on August 10th, 2019, and he was one of the personnel who responded, stated that he was one of the personnel who briefly tried to resuscitate Epstein. After the incident, Blank was asked about the cameras. There were 2 new hard drives to install, but installing the new hard drives would mean that all prior data would be lost. The warden wanted video, and so Blank was told to start working on the system. Blank started removing the bad drives in order to rebuild the DVR. Blank advised that an FBI agent was the one who pulled out the DVR. Blank also advised that he knew that by replacing both hard drives, the system would be wiped, and that he had advised personnel at MCC of that. They wiped the hard drive. The FBI took the old DVR, and then they wiped the hard drive so nobody at MCC could view it ever again. We there? What are you saying? He keeps skipping. This attorney, Edward Lawyer, for Epstein survivors, stated in 2009, Trump only providing info against Epstein to help survivors. It's not relevant because Trump lied. Yes, Trump provided evidence to lawyers, but he lied. He lied to us when he said he didn't know any of this. And then he's on the record calling the police saying we all knew what Epstein was doing. I'm not denying that Trump tried to help police after. My claim is that he knew about it and didn't do shit. And then his subsequent lies about kicking Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago are not true. It does not matter that Trump has at some points done the right thing. I'm not here to be his cheerleader. He lied multiple times, and you got to stop being a cuck. Truth 777. Stop being a cuck. All right. Again, I'll skip this, but just a reminder that in New Mexico at Jeffrey Epstein's ranch, there are a ton of accusations. One of them is that he used it to impregnate women and spread his DNA, and we're going to cover that tomorrow. But Jeffrey Epstein believed in eugenics, and there's evidence in these files that he was impregnating girls, that he was selling children, and that this was all taking place in New Mexico. And the federal government has never raided that facility, not one time. Yeah. So just because Trump lied a bunch of times, that means he's dishonest? Yeah. Yeah, who could have seen it? All he did was lie. Why are you calling him a liar? I think it's because he lied. Kimmy said Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Shut up. RGZ said for making Chris Scully crash out and show us all what a big man baby misogynist he is. Fuck Chris. Yeah, fuck Chris, dude. That was gross. It was really gross how you defended that. Pretty telling. Heather said towards the blowout. Appreciate that. Good there. Pop over here. Jolie, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate it. But we'll get to that tomorrow. Let's see. 20 minutes. This is mostly Bannon the rest time, so I don't want to skip over the Bannon. I don't want to cut Bannon stuff off in half. So we'll do a couple things. Let's go to the Clintons, because the Clintons were subpoenaed. The Clintons are planning on testifying. And just a reminder of what Hillary Clinton said. Oh shit. Hillary Clinton said, for 6 months, we engaged Republicans on the Oversight Committee in good faith. We told them what we know under oath. They ignored all of it. They moved the goalposts and turned accountability into an exercise in distraction. So let's stop the games. If you want this fight, James Comer, let's have it in public. You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing, cameras on. We will be there. I think I'm going to surprise a lot of you. I don't want a public hearing. I want the hearing to be made public. I do not want a public hearing. I watched the difference between the public hearing with Jack Smith and the private hearing with Jack Smith. And the private hearing was far more truthful. In private, there will be attorneys. There will not be this, there's not the same desire to turn everything into a show. You're not limited for 5 minutes. Not everybody's going to want to speak. I would much rather see this done privately and made public and be done the right way. This is one of those weird times where I get why people say I want transparency. I get why Hillary Clinton wants it to be public. But I would I'm just on the other side of this, and you can disagree with me there. I'm either right or I'm wrong. I don't know, but just watching what this Congress does and watching as many hearings as I've watched, the ones that are private, we get something from them. They're run well. We have real information. It's not so theatrical. People aren't worried about Donald Trump watching and whether or not he's going to praise them. I just think with how captured the Republican Party is by Donald Trump that I'd prefer it the other way around. So that might be surprising. All right. And then let's talk about Donald Trump, because I have been accused multiple times in this live of being soft on Democrats, and I keep specifically saying, bring them all in. Bring in Bill Clinton. I think Bill Clinton is a scumbag. I think Bill Clinton has abused women. I think Bill Clinton is somebody who is shown repeatedly that he is not afraid to lie under oath. He got impeached for it. I don't like Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is not a good person. Donald Trump and I do not share that opinion of Bill Clinton.
But it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me.
Are you guys going to criticize Trump? MAGA, come on. Come on. Come on. Get him. Get him, guys. Get him. Get him. He won't go after the Democrats. He's soft on the Democrats. Get him, guys. Get him. Not me. Not me. I'm with you, MAGA. I'm with you. I don't like Bill Clinton. Bad guy. Want to watch it again? Let's put it on repeat for a while, maybe. Let's do the setup again.
But it bothers
Hi, my name's Jay, and I don't like Bill Clinton.
me that.
Let me show you the President of the United States. Does he like Bill Clinton?
But it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me. But
now, I think one of the best things that we could do as a country in order to be fully transparent is that we should activate the Department of Justice, the FBI, Pam Bondi, and they should investigate Bill Clinton. Raise your hand in the chat. MAGA only. Please do this because I want it to be fair. MAGA only. Raise your hand if you, what's on my hand? If you think the Department of Justice should investigate Bill Clinton. Hands up, or thumbs up if yes, thumbs down if no. I just want to know if we can agree on something. Can we agree on this, MAGA?
And chat is being censored. Like, is this communist Russia?
No, I think people are probably sick of you, and we automod some stuff. Thumbs up if you think Bill Clinton should be investigated. Just MAGA, please. Bill Clinton did have consensual affairs. He also had non-consensual actions towards women. The Monica Lewinsky affair, I don't have any real problem with outside of power dynamics. But I don't know. That's a hard one. I think that's more of a moral issue than a legal issue. Thumbs up? You guys, yeah? Thumbs up? Got it. All right. Well, I guess here we are again, finding ourselves standing against Trump.
have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing.
What if the investigation says Trump's innocent? Great. I would prefer that our president not be a pedophile or a sex trafficker. That would be great. I hope that he's innocent.
Frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do, because that whole thing has turned out, I mean, other than Bill Clinton and, Bill Gates and lots of people that there are a lot of questions about it, but nothing on me. But it was even sort of better than that, because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election. So right there, you know that I have.
I'm dying. I choked. I'm going to play it again while I die.
Had nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. You know, when Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it. And the problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein. So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them. But think of it. They were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the Oval Office, so I guess that didn't work out too well. Okay, one more.
Jesus. Trump doesn't want Clinton investigated. So it's just me and you again, MAGA. Same team, MAGA. Investigate Clinton. Trump says, nah. I don't want to investigate Bill Clinton. Anybody? MAGA? You guys want to criticize Trump real quick? I'll give you a second. That's you, Tyrell. Tyrell, criticize Donald Trump for not wanting to investigate the Clintons or you get muted for the rest of the show and tomorrow. I'm tired of your shit today, too. Criticize Donald Trump for not being willing to investigate the Clintons. Come on. Criticize him. Come on, you can do it. You got this. Donald Trump should investigate the Clintons. Come on, say it. Lock her up, remember? You guys are lock her up. Her emails. Bill Clinton's in the Epstein files. Come on. Oh, Trump respects the office of the president too much. Wait, what? You can't investigate the former president out of respect? Come on, guys. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Got this. Say it. You fucking pussies. All of you are pussies. Look at you. Are you not programmed? Is it because your bots, like your programming, won't allow you to say this? What's going on? You can't say, MAGA, you can't say today that we should investigate Bill Clinton? That's a bridge too far for you now? I'm not going to say it. He's a good guy. Say it. Say it. Say it. Investigate Hillary. No, I won't even say Bill. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Say it. America First, say it or you're banned. Say Bill Clinton should be investigated. Nobody's crying. We're mocking. None of you. This is crazy. I'm scrolling. Not one of you. Come on. Alma Leon, last chance. Say investigate Bill Clinton. Donald Trump should investigate Bill Clinton. Say it, or you got to go. Mods, keep track of that, would you? This is one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. None of you. Thank you, Danny Squires. Danny Squires, give it up. I don't know if Danny Squires is MAGA, but if he is, first MAGA with a spine. Anybody else? MAGA? Up North Fishing, thank you. Everybody, W in the chat for Up North Fishing. Thank you very much. Drea, thank you. I think, Drea, you're on our side, though, right? Like, I want to hear it from MAGA. I want to hear it from the same people that criticize me all day, every day. All day, every day, you come after me, and now, well, we really shouldn't worry about the Clintons. Now, why do we think, thank you, guys, I appreciate that. Why do we think Donald Trump is not investigating the Clintons? Why do you think he's refusing to do that? You know the answer, and this one hurts a little bit. Because that means you have to investigate him. And he doesn't want that. And you all actually know this answer. You all know that that's why he's doing this. It's over for MAGA. This is the beginning of the end for you. And it doesn't, honestly, if we want the truth, it doesn't feel good. Because the end of this doesn't really change much. Donald Trump has destroyed our country. And I don't mean just like from a policy standpoint. I mean from the ability of human beings to communicate with each other in any honest way. He has destroyed families, communities, political parties, to the point where people won't even say I'm Republican. They're like, I'm MAGA. He has lied to you for 10 straight years. And at some point, what's going to happen for some of you, and I appreciate those of you who are seeing this now and being honest about it, for some of you, all these things you've put up on your shelf are going to collapse. The weight of the shelf, or the weight on the shelf, is going to collapse. When I was in my cult, I had a lot of beliefs, and there was a lot of stuff that was very obvious that should have told me that I leave the cult a long time ago. And we call it putting it on the shelf. And we would take that and we'd be like, I'm not addressing this. Throw it on the shelf. Throw it on the shelf. Throw it on the shelf. And then one night, one phone call changed my life. And a friend brought up a piece of information to me. And if anybody else would have brought this information to me, I would have thrown it on the shelf. It would have been fine. But the fact that it was my friend and that he shared the beliefs that I shared, and he shared those beliefs more strongly than I did, the fact that it was him that brought it to me added credibility. And once I was willing to see the cult that I was in as not perfect and that they lied to me, I could no longer take the stuff on the shelf and justify it anymore. And so for a lot of you, this is going to be like a shitty fucking process. For a lot of you, you're going to watch Donald Trump lie every single day, and this is going to slowly collapse in on him. It's going to slowly collapse in on the Republican Party. And some of you, today's your day. Some of you, tomorrow's your day. Some of you may never. But most of you will abandon this. And most of you at some point will realize, just like they did with Nixon, that this was all fake. And then the stuff that you put on the shelf is going to start to fall apart in front of your eyes. And I just want to tell you, let it happen. It's freeing. But you're going to find out that he was a criminal. You're going to find out that those convictions were legitimate. You're going to find out that he was a sexual predator. You're going to find out that he abused women. You're going to find out that his campaign absolutely worked with Russia. You're going to find out that during this presidency, he has bilked the United States government out of billions of dollars. You're going to find out that he's been taking bribes from foreign countries and putting that in his own bank accounts. You're going to find out that his entire cabinet around him is compromised. And that's the reason that he picked them. It's not that he picked people and they happened to be compromised. He picked them because they're compromised and because they all have to go down with the ship together. And it's not going to be very long. Like, we're not that far away that a couple of these people are going to break off. Once they see the writing on the wall, you're going to see a mass exodus from MAGA. You're seeing it with Representative Luna, Lauren Boebert on her way out, Marjorie Taylor Greene on their way out. Ironically, and shouldn't be shocking to anybody who understands what bravery is, it should not be shocking that the first people to abandon ship are women. I want to point that out to you, MAGA men. That the first ones to finally, which is way too late, the first ones to finally be like, enough is enough, are the women. Historically in this country, women are on the right side of history. The majority, like if you have a majority of women supporting you, you're on the right side of history. That's just historically accurate. So you pussies are being exactly what men have always been, late to accept reality. And that's you. And the women in your party are going to start this exodus. And when you rebuild, most of you won't even register that. You'll be like, yep, yeah, back at it. Let's go start, let's get some rich men again. Let's get rich men to lead again. That'll work out. But the end is coming for the MAGA movement. You can't put this shit back in the box. Nothing you can do here.
You've been brainwashed, my friend. All this evidence that's proving that you're right is actually brainwashing, not me over here. I'm not brainwashed. I just don't believe any evidence. I just keep believing my feelings, and I call everybody else brainwashed. Bitch, I've been called brainwashed ever since I left my cult. It doesn't, like, it's like being called stupid for like you're doing math and you're like with a 3-year-old, you're like 3 + 3 is 6, and they're like, you're dumb. 3 + 3 is hot air balloon, and you're like, all right, that doesn't really hurt. It doesn't hurt coming from you. You don't recognize what brainwashing is. I don't even listen. I don't watch anybody else's content. All of this content is my own. Everything we just did today was just the research I do on my own. And yes, it's clips of other people, but nobody constructs a narrative for me. This is how it ends for you. I'm right about this. You're gonna remember this. Those of you that are actually listening, that are Maggie, you will remember this moment, because now I'm gonna tell you that you're gonna remember this moment. So we're gonna plant this in your brain right now. You will remember that you sat through this live stream and I told you today was the end. The beginning of the end was today. And you're going to think about this 6 months from now. And you may not admit it to me. Some of you will. Some of you are going to reach out to me and be like, fuck, dude, that's crazy. How did you know that? And I'll explain how I knew it. It's not because I'm brilliant. It's not because I'm smarter than anybody else. It's because I have experience. I have experience with being manipulated by a cult, and I got out of it, and now I see the patterns. I see the pattern of every time you're accused of something, just accuse the other person of doing that exact same thing. And it won't matter to the people who want to believe you, because they will just believe you anyways. So when you say things like, oh, actually, the Democrats are the criminals, MAGA's like, yeah, they are. But who are the criminals? Donald Trump he's literally a convicted criminal. And you'll start recognizing, like, that's crazy. How come I believed the opposite of the facts on everything? How come I thought Hillary was a criminal and Trump was innocent, but Trump's the one that, like, Trump was convicted? Why didn't Trump ever bring up charges on Hillary? How come Comey's not in jail? How come Obama's not in jail? How come we believed in this deep state cabal that was trafficking children, and it was Obama, and it was Hillary, and it was Hollywood, and then we get the actual files, and Hillary's not even in them, Obama's not in them, Anthony Weiner's not in them, John Podesta's not in them, all these key players, and then what you're going to find out, which is even crazier, is the reason that you thought it was John Podesta and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama is because Jeffrey fucking Epstein and his girlfriend worked closely with 4chan and Reddit to push out that information to get you to stop focusing on him and focus away from the real players. And then when this all comes crumbling down, all these real players that you were like, where's Tom Hanks? I thought Tom Hanks was in on this. All those players that you thought were in on it aren't. You'll notice that the Democrats that are in it, Reid Hoffman, why do you think Reid Hoffman wasn't in the original QAnon Epstein stuff? Because he's Epstein's friend. Why not very much focus on Bill Gates? Because he's Epstein's friend. The reason you didn't know which Democrats were actually in on it, Dershowitz, Noam Chomsky, the reason you didn't know that these people were in on it is because they were his friends, and he created a whole other story, and he's that fucking powerful, and he's that fucking connected, and he and Steve Bannon rewrote history to move your attention in a different direction, and you all fucking fell for it. And that's why we didn't believe it when you guys said it. Because we were like, there's no evidence of this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hillary Clinton is eating babies. There's no fucking evidence. What are you saying? It didn't require evidence for you. It required a narrative, and then adding that the narrative included people that you fucking hate. And when all has come out now, Donald Trump's the most mentioned person. Donald Trump, the guy who was going to bring the cabal to its knees, the guy who was going to expose the deep state, he's buried in it. And he brought all his deep state buddies with him. And they've been running the government for his first term and they've been covering this shit up. And now it's all being uncovered, and everything you thought was a fucking lie. And the exact opposite is true. Everybody you supported was in on it. The loudest voices in the room are the ones that are covering it up. So remember this conversation. And I look forward to hearing from some of you guys down the road. Some of you will just scamper away and change your screen name, and you'll never admit to any of this. But this is the beginning of the end for MAGA. And I hope you enjoy the downfall. Don't say fuck, just say damn it. You're cursing without cursing. I'll fucking think about it, god damn it. Thank you. That's like the 80th time you've said that exact thing. Stop spamming that, and fuck you. All right, we will. I got to take off. Got to go pick up my daughter. We will be back tomorrow morning. Different time tomorrow. I forgot about this announcement. Tomorrow morning we're starting early. 7 Pacific Standard Time, 8 my time, 9:10. Pam Bondi is testifying tomorrow in front of Congress, and so tomorrow will not be a normal show. We're just going to watch Pam Bondi testify, and that starts at 7 a.m. Pacific time. So that's where we will be tomorrow. I'll have some stuff. I don't know how long she's going to testify. If we may run out of time, we may not. I'll have some stuff just in case, but tomorrow we're just simply going to be watching Pam Bondi testify. Come hang out, get some snacks. I'll have the coffee on, and we'll have a great time. What's up, Jen?
There's a couple more venomous and stuff that came through.
Yeah, I'm gonna get those. Alter Ego, thank you for the gifted membership. First of all, oh Jesus, Chris Scully. RTP's a comment. I think I know who Chris Scully is. I know who Chris Scully is.
We're wondering if that might be the same guy from TikTok that Ash has had lots of run-ins with.
It is, but I think I might know them.
For real, for real?
Maybe. I don't know. I'll find out. Maybe. I am a Mormon apostate. That's true. But you defend pedophiles. Alter Ego, though, thanks for the gifted memberships. I am FRCD, thank you. I got Joe Lee's there. Joyce said America at a crossroad. Wasn't me said if this horrid moment in this horrid timeline was a movie, it would be Endgame, except for we're short the Avengers. Ryan said, keep it up, Jay and Jen. Give MAGA a break. It is painful to pull Trump's little dick out of their ass. Has been stuck for 10 plus years. Congratulations, though, on such tight assholes. That's terrific. I can't even get that thing out. After hearing what Stormy Daniels said about it, it is misshaped. The head is substantially wider than the shaft for Donald, so that can cause problems. Sorry for anybody who didn't know that, but if I have to know that, you have to know that. I think that's everything. I think I got everybody's comments. Okay, Jen, anything else? Did I miss any?
Jake has said for you to have a good day with your daughter.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And fuck the people that said you feel bad for my daughter. You can suck my asshole. I'm a great fucking dad. My daughter fucking loves me. We're going to go to a trampoline park and have a great time while you miserable fucks talk about somebody else's kid on the internet. So suck my ass. But to the rest of you, love you very much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. And then Thursday, resuming our normal time, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here, wherever you're watching. To TikTok, thanks for staying alive the whole time, I guess. Appreciate that. Make sure that you're subscribed so you don't miss notifications when we go live. One other thing, we do rely, like I said, on your generosity. We're entirely crowdfunded. We get virtually no money for ad revenue on Twitch, TikTok, or YouTube. Please consider being a paid member. We have movie nights every other Monday. Last night we watched 2 more episodes of Hitler and the Nazis. We're also going to have more congressional hearings that we do at nights, which are members-only events. We have different levels of paid subscriptions on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. If you have the means and you can support us in that way, that helps us project our revenue into the future, so we can do more things. Hopefully, hire an editor. Need a new camera setup. Need a different internet setup. So there's some things we can do to make the show a little bit better, and we're just waiting till our budget allows for that. So if you can, it'd be greatly appreciated. Other than that, guys, take care of yourselves. Take care of your friends. Take care of your families. Take care of your mental health. Touch grass if grass is available to you. Smoke grass if grass is available to you. And love you guys so very much. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.